You are now live, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much, Kayla. So Council, we are now returning to our Council meeting of Monday, March the 8th, 2021. Sorry, we had a little bit of a delay there. I know some of you are having some technical difficulties. I know Mr. Lamers is having power problems with his computer, so hopefully Mr. Lamers, Councillor Lamers can stay with us for the rest of the meeting. And anyway, we just hope that we continue to maintain our quorum. Council, we've just returned from an in-camera session. So on our regular agenda, we are picking it up at item number 2, which is our approval of the agenda. So I'll read that and then I'll look for a mover and seconder. Item number 2, recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the agenda dated March 8th, 2021 as presented. Can I have a mover and seconder? Where are we at? Councillor Deneen and Councillor Leishman. Councillor Deneen, Councillor Leishman, and I will call the motion. All those in favor? There we go. That motion carries. Thank you very much, Council. Item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Is there anybody with a disclosure during this portion of the meeting? Anybody got anything, Nate? Councillor, thank you, Councillor. Nothing? All right. If anything comes up, as always, we'll deal with it right there on the spot. So if anything comes up, let's deal with it right then. Okay. Council, I did make a note that I would like to bring, which I should have mentioned just a minute ago, item 9.1, which is the closed session meeting review. I'd like to bring that forward now, if I may, and then we'll get to public participation. 9.1 is our closed session report, and I'd like to bring that forward with your blessing at this time, because it actually has something to do with the minutes of the meeting, which we would be then approving a little later on of the previous meeting. So I think it's important we do it sooner than later. So if that's comfortable for you, I'm going to bring up item 9.1, which is the closed session meeting report. Council, from that report, from that meeting, you recall we had a discussion about a motion that passed at our last council meeting. It's in regards to the works on the 10th concession, and it was a very good debate at the time on February the 17th, and it had to do with some legal questions that Councillor Patterson brought forward that Council then supported, and so we've had a result of that come back to us, and part of that was our discussion in camera. So as a result, I have a motion that I'll bringing forward from the closed session into the open session, and then I'll look for a mover and seconder in the open session. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby rescind the wording, direct staff to seek legal opinion, and to secure a letter of understanding between Clearview and Walker Industry to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, Clerk, and Mayor of Clearview Township, as part of the motion approved at the Council meeting on February the 17th, 2021, for report PW 003-2021. It's the 10th concession construction contract. And so I'll take a mover and seconder if there's any discussion. Mover, Broderick and Deneen. Broderick and Deneen. Is there any open session discussion you'd like to bring forward on this motion? All right, seeing none, then I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries unanimous. Thank you very much, Council. And that brings some clarity to our 10th concession contract, and we'll now be able to receive the minutes of the meeting a little later on. Thank you, Council. Now, item number 4, which is our public participation period. Written comments, of course, are received on our online form. We have a form available for members of the public to reach out to us. It's available, called public participation period. And Mr. Huskinson sent in an item a few weeks ago, I believe, or perhaps just a couple of weeks ago. I just don't have the date written in front of me, but I can give a quick comment to Mr. Huskinson in regards to an amendment we made to the procedural bylaw. Currently, we're meeting in this format right here, which is teleconference meeting. We're using the Zoom platform. One of the items, one of the features of the Zoom platform is that each of us are in different locations. In our current procedural bylaw, it said that council had to meet in the Township of Clearview. At all of your good faith, you were all in the Township of Clearview today and tonight during this meeting. But I asked for an amendment to the procedural bylaw, Mr. Huskinson, such that during these Zoom meetings, if someone happened to not be in the Township of Clearview, that they could still legally participate in the meeting. The second portion of the recommendation that I brought forward to council in this regard was that we were about to undertake our interviews for our CAO, and given the the COVID-19 restrictions on gatherings and space and air and wearing masks in rooms where you're conducting government business, which is outlined in the act as far as the COVID restrictions that governments can continue to conduct their business. And so it was my hope that we would be meeting in a larger facility, much larger than our council chambers. I had even floated the idea that perhaps we'd be meeting at a conference center at Blue Mountain Resorts or in one of the larger halls in one of our neighboring municipalities, and such that the procedural bylaw needed then to be amended such that council could meet outside of the geographic area of Clearview Township. Council supported the motion, the amendment was adopted, and so our procedural bylaw has been amended such that council can do that in the future. I don't think there's any anticipation of us actually exercising that, but we did pass that procedure, and so it is now part of our procedural bylaw. Deputy Mayor, you'd like to speak? Go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to also add, Your Worship, that should we be away at a conference in Ottawa, which is many times we've all been, and then all of a sudden some emergency happens and we need to call, an emergency meeting and everybody's present, but we're not actually here in Clearview or somewhere else in the province or the country. So that's sort of the purpose. So I just wanted to add that in support of the comments that you made.
Deputy Mayor, you're right. If we are, away from the township, but we're all there doing the business of the corporation, that, if we were required to hold a meeting, our procedural bylaw would then have to be amended on the spot. And so it's better to do this in an open forum where the public have an opportunity to understand. Certainly the procedural bylaw is one of our tools that we use every day when we do this job. And we would hope that we will have a discussion sometime in the near future about any amendments to the procedural bylaw that need to be brought forward to make us even more efficient, which is great. So thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. And thank you for the question, Mr. Huskinson. All right, Council. Item number 5 is our deputation. We have a deputation who has quite a good report that they want to bring forward. And so I would ask Mr. Ron to come forward first, and he can introduce Jennifer Georges from Burnside and Associates. And Jennifer, I see your name is on there. Why don't you turn on your camera too to join us, and we'll have a presentation. Mr. Ron, would you like to lead us off?
Certainly, Worship. I would like to please ask one of the clerk's department to resend the link to Jeff Langlois. He's texted me and said he's not got that.
Oh, okay.
Jeff is a subject expert, technical sector leader for Burnsides in water and wastewater, and was going to attend to help answer questions. So Jennifer is here to give a report on the, I guess, the environmental assessment for the southeast corner of Stayner. When Manortown Homes Council granted them draft approval, caused the need for, sewers to that subdivision. The report that follows, if council has read the report, you'll see the official plan. There's many references to water and wastewater required for residential developments. Provincial policy statement requires wastewater and sewer services in the the built up areas. And of course, just common sense, we're going to put sewers into a corner of Stayner. We want to consider putting them through the entire quadrant of Stayner and not just servicing one development. So Jennifer can present the EA. It's been over a year. And if there's questions after, I think you're going to bring the report forward after, and we'll go through that briefly. We do want some engagement from council on where they want us to go with this. Sunnydale Street is one of the options that may have gravity sewers installed on it. That of course would be, the benefiting users would pay for that, as we've done before in the industrial servicing area. Basically, we would be imposing a fee upon the existing residents to install that service. The difference between installing that service and not installing that service is contrary to the outcome of the EA. And then there's also the cost to install the sewer service compared to the cost of urbanizing that street. Well, the numbers are frightening to me, and I think I know where council would like to go with this, but we want some conversations. So I'll let Jennifer take it away here.
All right, thank you, Mike. We don't want to frighten anybody for sure, so we need to be cautious and take every step to make sure that we check everything before we approve anything. So I appreciate your input and thank you for that. Jennifer Georges, it's great to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. Welcome back to our council meeting. And I'm going to turn the over to you. And I guess you've got a full report for us tonight. Go ahead, Jen.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for having me. There is a slide deck that goes along with my presentation here.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. So good evening again, Your Worship and Council. My name is Jennifer Georges. I'm a professional engineer with RJ Burnside and Associates. I'm here tonight with Jeff Langlois, Senior Water and Wastewater Specialist. Tonight's presentation is regarding the sanitary servicing in the southeast corner of Stayner. Next slide, please. Thank you. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide an update on the Schedule B environmental assessment regarding the sanitary servicing of the area and the conclusions of the process. This will include a summary of the comments received during the EA and overview of the preferred alternative. We will also be seeking council direction to proceed with the next steps towards implementation of the preferred alternative. Next slide, please. So the Township of Clearview identified a need to address the sewage collection to service the existing unserviced area in the southeast quadrant of Stayner. This area includes the proposed development referred to as Manortown Homes and other areas identified for future residential and commercial development. Next slide, please. Thank you. The study area included the area of Phillips Street, Sunnydale Street, and Centerline Road, with lands consisting primarily of residential land use with some commercial and institutional lands, as well as lands designated as environmental protection. There are several development proposals within the study area that are in pre-consultation and various other stages of approval, including Manortown Homes development, which is located in the northeast portion of the study area. Key considerations in the evaluation of the alternative solutions include future development, aging infrastructure, the capacity of the existing sewers, the topography of the study area, the potential for land acquisition, encroachment on natural features, and planning policy and regulations. Next slide, please. The study followed the Schedule B of the municipal class environmental assessment process. The study evaluated the alternative solutions with consideration for natural, cultural, technical, and economic environments, and recommended a preferred solution in consultation with the public and engagement with Indigenous communities and agencies. A notice of study commencement inviting the public input was first published on July 18th, 2019. A virtual PIC was held from July 2nd to August 4th, 2020, and the notice of completion, along with the project file report, was published on January 21st, 2021, and was available for public review and comment period for 30 days. Next slide, please. Alternative solutions to address the sewage collection were evaluated relative to each other against a set of criteria based on the project environment. The alternatives considered were do nothing, build a new pumping station on a new site to service the study area, or build a new pumping station on a new site to service Manortown Homes development. The preferred solution is to build a pumping station on a new site to service the study area. The preferred location of the pumping station is within the Manortown Homes development, and the site will be assumed by the township as part of the assumption of the overall development. Next slide, please. So this figure illustrates the approximate location of the pump station within the Manortown Homes development. A dual sanitary force main will run within the right-of-way from the pumping station along Sunnydale Street to the gravity sewer at Sunnydale and Phillips. The existing gravity sewer on Sunnydale, Phillips, and Highway 26, shown in green, will require replacement to accommodate for an increased capacity and depth. The pumping station will be designed to accommodate flows from the entire study area, although some areas are not expected to generate flows for a number of years. As a result, it's expected that the pumping station will be phased and upsized as development in the area progresses. Next slide, please. So public comments were received and addressed throughout the EA process. Comments received included questions about project timelines, the extent of service to existing residents, cost to local homeowners, and disturbance to private property. The timelines are dependent on the progression of the Manor Townhomes development. However, design could begin as early as spring 2021 and construction spring 2022. The extent of service to the areas outside of the Manortown development will be determined by council and further reviewed within this presentation. The construction of the pumping station, force main, and gravity sewer will allow the study area to be serviced as future gravity sewers are constructed. Cost sharing and costs to local homeowners are at the discretion of council and will be detailed in future cost sharing agreements. The design will endeavor to minimize disturbance to private property. However, if required, written permission will be obtained prior to entering any private property. Next slide, please. Comments were received from Indigenous communities and agencies, including Enbridge, Ministry of Heritage, Sport, Tourism, Culture and Industries, Ministry of Transportation, and Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. In general, comments included the receipt of the project notices and interest in potential impacts to the natural environment, archaeological resources, and provincial highway infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the implementation of the preferred alternative includes the design and construction of a sewage pumping station, force main, and gravity sewer replacement. Next slide. As previously discussed, Manor Townhomes is an active developer in the area whose interest in developing their lands was the impetus to completing this EA. The development requires the sewage pumping station and the force main, as well as local gravity sewers within their development to provide sanitary servicing. The development currently has draft plan approval and is working towards final approvals. Next slide. So the construction of the sewage pumping station and force main will allow existing residents on Sunnydale Street, currently on individual septic systems, to have piped sanitary service with the construction of a gravity sewer on Sunnydale Street. This project does not have to be constructed for Manor Townhomes to be serviced. As this area is currently a rural type cross-section, this project could progress as sanitary sewer only or as a full urbanization of Sunnydale Street. Typically, urbanization would include curbs, storm sewer, sidewalk, sanitary sewer, water main, and streetlights. The preliminary project costs for the sanitary sewer only are 2.8 million, and the full urbanization is 7.5 million. Next slide, please. As discussed, the preliminary preferred alternative is to ultimately service the study area, which includes Sunnydale Street. There are advantages to completing this project in a similar timeline as the pumping station and force main. Considerations include construction cost savings, which will depend on the ultimate design of the infrastructure, but expected to be in the range of 0.4 million. The sewage pumping station will have additional flow volumes from the existing residents, which will help sizing infrastructure closer to the ultimate flows and sizing. Lastly, disturbance to residents will be minimized if all works are constructed as part of one project as opposed to multiple projects. Next slide, please. To move forward, the method of funding and cost sharing will need to be determined. Based on a preliminary review, it's anticipated that the pumping station and force main will require a local area DC bylaw amendment to share costs between township, existing residents, and benefiting developers. The gravity sewer replacement on Phillip Street benefits a large area and number of developers, and therefore anticipated to require an amendment to the overall DC rates. The Sunnydale gravity sewer would be considered a local area improvement, and costs would be allocated under Part 12 of the Municipal Act and split between township developers and existing residences. Upon authorization, Watson and Associates typically completes these type of agreements and DC amendments on behalf of the township. Next slide, please. In order to progress to the next stages of the sanitary servicing solution, township staff will require direction to proceed with the detailed design of the infrastructure, as well as the scope, if any, of the Sunnydale Street servicing. As part of these projects, the township's expected to engage Watson and Associates to complete the associated cost sharing agreements. Next slide. This concludes our presentation, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much, Jennifer. Kayla, yeah, thank you for putting up that slide. I was hoping that you could just share a slide that has the overview on it that shows just the roads, and then we could have a bit of a discussion with council. So perhaps Kayla, you could share that again and call up the, I just don't have it right now. It was on my iPad a minute ago, but I'm looking for the photograph of the entire project, which would show.
Slide 7 might be a good one to.
So Kayla, would you be able to pull up slide 7 and show that for us? Yeah, that's a good one. Very good. All right, members of council, do you have any questions of Jennifer's presentation? And then we can have a motion here. We're going to read the motion and then we can have a debate about that. But if there's any questions on what she has presented here so far, members of council? No, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Lamers, I see. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, did they do a survey out for the residents of Sunnydale Street? It was due in January 2021.
All right, Mike or Jennifer?
I can take that.
Sure.
Yes, there is public participation as part of the EA process, and a mail out was done to everyone within the study area, which would include the residents on Sunnydale Street.
Okay. Does that help, Mr. Lamers? Yeah. Mr. Ron, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do want to clarify something. So this was an environmental assessment to determine the solution for sewage in this area. It didn't get into details about whether or not we were going to put a sewer main on Sunnydale Street. So anybody that's listening or watching or hears about this and thinks we're trying to slip something through, absolutely not. The EA process is very well defined and is very specific. You know, Burnside just follow it to the letter. But the process was determined whether or not we should service the entire area. Council will now have to make a decision whether or not they want to abide by the outcome of the EA, and it will, you know, it will cost money to put that sanitary sewer in, as Jennifer has mentioned. I just want that clarified, Your Worship.
Right. So, Mike, as part of that, if I can, the cost of, or the funds that we would be raising as part of our DCs, the Manortown development would be, the DC fees which are being collected there would be applied to that project, not to the entire project. Is that how you interpret that then, Mike?
Certainly, Your Worship. If I could just go through this, a couple points on this slide that's in front of council.
Sure.
So the SPS, the sewer pumping station,
right,
that's at the right side, that would be a shared cost, and we can determine whether that's based by how much, you know, capacity or flow or whatever that value is, would be a shared cost amongst all the benefiting users. So not only the people on Sunnydale Street and all the people in Manortown Homes, but all the properties, you know, to the south under those blocks that say extension of gravity sewer and location of possible future. All of those properties would also be serviced by that pumping station long term. Okay, so the pumping station costs would be shared amongst all the benefiting users. The blue line, the Sunnydale Street sewer main, you know, most of that cost would be borne upon the benefiting users, being the houses on Sunnydale Street. But there is a property, to describe it. So just to the left of the box that says location of force mains from SPS, there's a large block of property there, you know, kind of near across from Lafreniere's beside the emergency hub. There's properties there that would also have to use that gravity sewer main in order to be able to develop. So those would also share in the cost of that gravity main. The green line on Phillips Street, there's an existing sewer main there now. Typically, when we do a large main that benefits a large area, similar to the County Road 42 trunk water main, a portion of those costs are, to existing, which means they're built into our water and sewer rates. Because we're replacing an existing piece of infrastructure, those pieces of infrastructure are replaced through a life cycle replacement program through our water and sewer rates. The oversizing of that pipe would be part of a development charge. That development charge, so that piece of pipe not only benefits all of this whole area, but also the Cortel Group sewer is going to outlet into this green pipe too. So they would contribute a little bit of money to the oversizing of that pipe, if council directs us to do everything that we expect them to. I can let Jeff and Jennifer take on any technical questions, but just wanted council, well, this is a great slide to talk about the things I want some direction for, and that would be figuring out the financing with, Burnside's help, Gary Scanlon and Watson and Associates help. I have been talking to John Colangelo, one of the owners of Manortown Homes, and we're meeting with him in 2 weeks to discuss this as well. But I do want council to be aware that, with sewer main not urbanizing, the sewage pumping station and the pipe on Phillips Street, we're talking about $9.3 million. That's not something we're going to be able to recoup from everybody. Like we can't go to these future property owners and say, we can go to them and ask them if they'd like to chip in. The answer is probably going to be no, but this could affect our debt capacity. So that's why we're asking for direction to bring some numbers back to council, but I would like a little bit of thought from council. I don't expect an answer today, but something to think about before the next report. Do we want to take on millions of dollars of debt for the future? This is a tough one, right? This is one of those things. So I'll let it go for there.
No, you've made a really good point, Mike, and I appreciate you bringing this forward for council's consideration, because certainly we want to work with our development community who are, in the interest of producing and building homes and building our community. But certainly we also have to face the fact that our municipality has roads that are now then going to be impacted by this increase. And so urbanization question that Jennifer mentioned, upwards of $7 million worth of urbanization work could be done. It'd be no sense to tear up the road, put in the pipes, and then not have a better looking road when you're done. Like that's the question, right? Okay, thank you, Mike, for that. I saw the Deputy Mayor. Was there another hand? I'm just quickly scanning through. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. And if you have a question on this slide or on this presentation.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So, Mike, just so I understand, the difference between just putting the sewer lines in, the 2.5 million, versus the full urbanization, the difference between the two is just basically putting curbs and storm sewers in. Is that what we're saying? So if we went to the full urbanization, that would include the sewers that we want, storm sewers, plus widening, curbs, the whole 9 yards. So if we were just to do the sewer lines, is it worth that extra money for us for an extra 7 million or whatever it is to just so we can have curbs in that? That's the question.
Mike?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through your worship. So again, the development charges, and I'm going to go back a little bit just so we're clear. The development charge is very specific. We can only charge development charges for developments. If we were to urbanize Sunnydale Street, those charges would be borne upon the people that live on Sunnydale Street, the same as we did when we did, the industrial servicing area. So yes, the difference, my suggestion would be that we would not urbanize just based on the cost. I know it would look nice, but storm sewers are expensive. To put sidewalks, storm sewers, to do all that, and to put the price up to $7 million, I don't think that would be something the residents would appreciate. I think we could ask Councillor Walker his opinion. I'm quite happy listening to Councillor Walker's opinion with the, I don't consider it a conflict because he lives in the area, because this is a major decision in his ward. I'll just say that out front. Really, my thought would be we would do the cost share on the green piece of pipe, we would put the sewers in, we would clean it up, like the ditches would be neater looking. And council should also know there's no walkway required from Manortown up Sunnydale Street because it's actually intended to go up kind of through in front of the emergency hub and eventually to meet at a set of lights going into Dancor or Nottawasaga Station. Just so you're aware of that.
Okay, that does help quite a bit there, Mike. Deputy Mayor, you have another question? Perhaps if we're done with this slide, maybe we could ask Kayla to.
No, actually, leave it up. I like that it's up. So, yeah. So, Mike, so once again, so I understand that if we just did the sewers, that the users on the street, so they would bear the cost of that. But you're saying if we put sidewalks and all that other stuff in, they would cover the burden of that, or the township would cover the burden? That's what I'm trying to get my hand and my head around. So I understand users or potential users are going to cover the cost of the sewage pipes and all that. That I get, but we would also charge the urbanization, like curbs and sidewalks. We would also be charging that to all the households along there. Is that correct?
So if I can jump in, that's part of what's called a local improvement. Is that right, Mike?
Actually, local improvement's a bit of an old term. A section 391 improvement would be more accurate. So yes, the short answer is yes, Deputy Mayor Burton. It's the benefiting landowners, so both sides of the street would have to pay for a service or an improvement imposed by the township under section 391 bylaw. That's not to say if council wanted, they couldn't amend a DC study to say it's required, but up to this date, we haven't said it's required. We haven't said sidewalks are needed for Manortown. They already have draft plan approval. They've contributed to the water financing. I don't think it would hold up if we decided to do that, and they challenged it.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you, Mike, for that. And thank you for the clarification about local improvement. And you're right, it is an older term, but I'm getting to be an old guy here. Councillor Lamers is there, and anybody else? Go ahead, Councillor Lamers.
Yes, Mike, did I hear you right that Manortown isn't subject to sidewalks? Are we not implementing them in all our new subdivisions now?
Mike?
Just to clarify, Councillor Lamers through the chair, Manortown is required to put sidewalks throughout their subdivision, but their sidewalks go to the north and to the west. So they're not required to put sidewalks on Sunnydale Street.
Yeah, that makes sense because that's part of the transportation plan, that they would be connected into the subdivision that's in the future going to be on the north side of 26, directly across from the fire hub. Is that what you're speaking about, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Lamers? Okay, all right. So, I do have a card. Go ahead. Who is that? That's Councillor Walker. Hello, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. My internet's playing games, so you might lose me, you might not. So, a question to Mike. So the Manortown would be responsible for the cost of their piping and their sewage plant. And if any upsizing to cover the rest of the Sunnydale Street and the development would be the cost of the township. Is that how that would work?
Mike?
Councillor Walker, through the chair, the township, basically the cost would be recovered through bylaw. So the residents of Sunnydale Street would be required to pay for a frontage cost on that pipe. We may be able to, in discussions with Watson and Associates, we may be able to attribute some of the cost for that gravity sewer to the undeveloped lands, both to the south and, to the north. So just west of the emergency hub.
That's not very good.
Does that help, Councillor? Not sure if somebody's mic is muted. Maybe it's my own. I think I'm okay. Okay, all right. Anybody else? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
Jeff Langlois is with us.
Sure.
If maybe he could expand on some of the technical components of this, the pump station sizing, and what would happen if council decided not to install a gravity sewer on Sunnydale Street, which would mean the pump station may be a little bit smaller and one less force main, but I would caution that the cost to do all of that work later would be disruptive and very much more expensive, as Jennifer's kind of indicated.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And certainly we want to build for the future here. So I don't see us taking that direction, but it's up to council. Mr. Langlois, Jeff, I see your name, but I don't see your face. So I imagine you're on board. Go ahead, Jeff.
Apology for not having a webcam today.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. My pleasure to be here, and really just to be in support of Jennifer, who's been the lead on this to date. But on the technical side, as Mike has suggested, so really as far as phasing the sewage pumping station goes, or sort of implementing it slowly, most of it will get built initially. It's really the pumping, like the actual pumps that go in would be smaller. It's just, you know, it's one structure, so you really can't make it larger in the future, right? It's already as deep as it's going to be. So there's not a whole lot of savings in the pump station for phasing. As Mike has suggested, really there's more that can be done in terms of phasing as far as the collection system on Sunnydale, right? That isn't needed for Manitoulin to run and pump. That'll be more, you know, based on the needs of the community in that area and the future developers. And then I think just on the cost sharing question from a councillor, apologies, a councillor or two ago regarding sharing costs for the Manortown works. So certainly, I think Mike said, you know, all the local piping to that subdivision will be borne by the developer. We would expect that they would pay for a share of the pumping system, right? But that the township and or other developers and residents would pay a share of the pumping station if it's going to serve them in the future. The force main from the pumping station over to Phillip Street would be cost shared between the developer and other contributing residents and future landowners and future developers. And then when you get to Phillip Street, it's that group again, plus the developments that are further south in Stayner. Mike could give you the name, but are also going to come and tie into this sewer on Phillip needs to be updated. So it's a fairly complicated cost share. Hence, I think the reason Jennifer's reference getting Watson involved in sorting out what the numbers would be.
Yeah, if I can support that, actually, Mike, and to Jeff, part of this resolution that we haven't even read yet does state that it's about providing options and discussing it with staff. So certainly council will have another opportunity to hear more about cost sharing and what the options would look like, you know, if we give staff the direction from this motion. So thank you to Jennifer and to Jeff and to Mike, Mr. Ron. Anything else on this presentation? Then we can go right to the motion. Mike?
Really, you know, this is an over a year project. If council has an opportunity to look at the information on our website, and a big thanks to Drew Hale who made that happen. It's amazing the detail they get into, especially as I said at another meeting, when you get into the archaeological assessment and the history that they discuss in that report is it's impressive.
It is indeed. I see the deputy mayor's card. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mike, so I'm going to ask you, and so what does this work out per household? Forget the urbanization, but if we just do the sewer lines and all that, like what costs are we looking at loading on to individual landowners? Is it 10,000? Is it 50,000? Like what kind of dollars and cents is this actually going to affect the actual landowners and homeowners along Sunnydale Street? And then my next question is there, you know, can we apply for some funding, some infrastructure funding to help divert some of that cost away from the actual landowners?
Excellent question. Mike, what's your magic wand say in regards to?
I wish with all of these projects there was a magic wand, Your Worship. To answer your question, Deputy Mayor Burton, I think we would probably base it on flows, right? Typically, pump stations, it's user pay for what users use. So if the entire area is going to hold, I wish I could do math faster in my head like I could 30 years ago, but if it was 10,000 units and it cost $1,000 per unit, right? Then, it depends what it works out to. So the $9.3 million, I'd have to ask Jeff or Jennifer what the number is in there. You're probably looking at around 30,000. That's a ballpark without actually having Gary do the math. And then there's a requirement to connect to the system, right? We will certainly break that down so that it's reasonable.
So that's 30,000. We're talking about just doing the sewers, not the complete urbanization, but just to do the sewers. We're looking at roughly 30 grand per household, ballpark. I'm not trying to hold you to it. But then there's a connection fee, which is like what, another 10,000 or 15,000 on top of that, somewhere in there. So like overall cost to the landowner, because they're going to be forced to come on this eventually, right? Because that becomes mandatory once there's sewers. They have to, whether it's in the short term or in the long term. So are we looking at overall? I'm just trying to get a realistic number that we're going to dump onto these landowners. Is it 30,000? Is it 45,000? And I'm not trying to hold you to a number, Mike. I just want to, a ballpark realistic idea.
So if just quick math, if it was without urbanization, okay, if you do it this way, if you take the $7 million and divide it by 54 houses, that's how much you're about talking for each house, because we can't split up urbanization amongst future roads, right? The sewer line based on capacity, some of that capacity is going to be used by developments outside of Sunnydale Street. You understand what I'm saying? Right, so the development across the road from Lafreniere is that big square that's in the middle of the map. That property is going to have to pay towards the gravity sewer on Sunnydale Street. That property would not pay urbanization on Sunnydale Street. So when I say 30,000, that's breaking out a bunch of costs to other developments. I'm sure by the time we do all the math and you look at all the properties that will benefit from the gravity sewer, it may be under 30,000, but I'm not going to say it's going to be 20,000 and then be wrong by that much. But I would say it's probably 30,000 with up to a $10,000 fee to decommission a septic tank and hook up to a sewer line. I think that's reasonable.
Okay, and to clarify, that number you just said is for not doing the urbanization, just putting the sewers in, correct?
Absolutely. So
thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your extreme knowledge on all this stuff and how quick you're able to come up with answers. So it's good. Just trying to come up with realistic answers. So I'm thinking in my mind, we need to tell all these landowners, you're going to be forking up 40 grand if we do this, or you're going to have 40 grand being done your property.
So let us punch the numbers first.
Right. So, I mean, I would not want to hold our staff to any specific number right now. And to, Barry, Deputy Mayor, we want to make sure that we get accurate information out there. So this motion that's in front of us will bring us that information. So that's where I hope we can go. So it's difficult to just toss random numbers around, but I get it. Deputy Mayor, thank you for that. The Councillor Walker and Mike is in there too. And one last time, I think, is anybody else finished with this card? Can we get rid of that? Kayla, can you take this off, please? And go to Mike next, please. Go ahead, Mike.
I didn't follow up the second part of Deputy Mayor's question about funding. We're not aware of funding. I would say, Deputy Mayor, we have kind of made a commitment to the entire community that if there was funding available, we would look at the funding the water supply for Stayner. That would benefit our town, all the developers, and not the single area. Just forgot to answer that part.
All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Walker is next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that to the Deputy Mayor's cost numbers, the motion will identify those costs for us better than trying to pick out a number out of the air at this point. So, and I fully support Mike's suggestion with regards to not urbanizing Sunnydale Street. It is still a kind of a rural road. So to urbanize it to that 3 times the amount, I think is a bit of a burden on everybody that lives on the street, myself included. So, but I certainly support the move of doing the sewers at the opportune time when Manortown is having to do what they have to do. There's no sense in ignoring it and not doing it, but to move together and cost share the installation of development plus the servicing for the existing homeowners and vacant lands on the street and the surrounding area.
Well, thank you, Councillor Walker. We'll get to that for sure when we get a report back. Councillor Patterson, I understand you've had your card here, and I haven't seen you, so I acknowledge Councillor Patterson. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just for the information, I've had the hand signal up there for a while, and it's not working either. So, yeah. So, Mike, would it be better if are you really looking for a decision? Something like, well, we're pretty well a consensus here based on the comments I've heard that we're not going to do the urbanization. Are we going to ask the team from Burnsides to do the full shot and come back with the numbers? Or is the decision just essentially, are we going to do Manortown and possibly the Sunnydale Street sewers? And are we also going to go through the discussion again about urbanization? Or can we just say possibly Sunnydale sewers, Manortown, and leave it at that? Does it make any difference to Burnside at this stage?
Mike, it's a good question for the Burnside team. Maybe we could ask them directly, Mike, about their type of work doing this type of study and doing this type of assessment. Is that what the value is? Would Jeff or Jennifer like to comment on how much it costs to differences to, basically bring back an assessment and a price quote for the whole project versus coming back with a partial project?
I can answer that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly we can look at the options at council's discretion. I wouldn't say it is a large cost increase to look at a few different options for consideration.
Makes sense to me. Exactly. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, just to Councillor Patterson's question, I didn't think council would want to look into the urbanization, but it's been talked about, multiple developments around. We require urbanization in all new developments. Everyone knows how much nicer the road looks, but this is just a little bit of a reality check, right, for us. I didn't think council would want to move forward with it, but then we didn't want to have people wondering why we didn't do it. So we will move forward, not entertaining the urbanization aspect, and come up with the cost for all the other components.
All right, so that's part of the motion here. So hang on a second, Councillor. Guys, can we get to the motion, because then we can have a full debate about the motion, because to be quite honest, I disagree with Mike Ron's assessment there. I think that urbanization is something we need to be looking at more. So can I put this motion on the floor? I'll thank Jennifer and Jeff for their contribution and for their presentation. And I'll put a motion on the floor, which is PW 006-2021, the South Stayner East Sanitary Servicing recommendation be it resolved. Council of the Township hereby 1, receive the Stayner Southeast Sanitary report for information. And item 2, direct staff to work with developers, engineers, financial consultants to investigate the financing options to proceed towards implementation of sanitary servicing in the southeast corner of Stayner. And item 3, direct staff to provide financing options for council's consideration at a future meeting. So to get it on the floor and have further debate, Mover, Lamers, Deputy Mayor Burton, and I'll ask for any questions or comments. We've been having a good talk. Councillor Leishman's in there, and then I saw Broderick also. So go ahead, Connie.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the Phillips Street sewer line. The upgrading of it, is any of that cost going to be put on the taxpayer? I mean, I know it's a shared cost and the township's gonna have to kick in, but as a taxpayer, the people that live on Phillip Street, are they going to have to kick into this?
Mr. Ron, would that be proposed for Phillips?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Leishman, to the chair. Anybody who's on an existing service, whether if they have sewer service now, as they do on that section of Phillip Street, they don't pay an improvement fee. You know, replacements, so they pay for it, but it's through their rates
Okay,
as part of their bills.
okay, I'm good.
That's great. Yeah, your internet's breaking up there too, Mike. Okay, I saw Broderick, and then I see Leishman. Go ahead, or sorry, Deneen. Go ahead, Mr. Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. According to my calculations, if we were to look at the full urbanization, that's going to add another $140,000 to the 30,000 or so per household. Am I right?
Well, Mike, he did sort of answer that by pointing out that there's other developments that are part of that. So some of those property values are different. So Mike, go ahead if you can explain that.
Sure. To Councillor Broderick, you're not far off. Like the sewer can be allocated places because the sewer pipe can be used by other properties.
Right.
But if we urbanize that road, it's only going to benefit the people fronting that road. So I would say it would be over $100,000 per property.
Thank you.
Anybody else with any questions on the motion as presented? Oh, yes, Councillor Deneen, I have you written down here. Go ahead.
Through yourself, Your Worship, to Mike. Mike, I'm regressing a little bit, but when the town of Collingwood put their water out on out the highway, the old Highway 26, they charged by footage of the frontage. And if somebody had a double lot along there, would it be considered that they would have to pay more? That's just my thoughts on that. Curious about that.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sure, Councillor Deneen, the chair. Yes, it would be a frontage fee. That's so when we put sewers in the southwest corner of Stainer, all the pipe works through it, all that what's called our industrial area. It was all done this way. The frontage fee, so if you had 100 meters of frontage, you paid twice as much as somebody who had 50 meters of frontage. But then they were able to, subdivide or get a lot off, which to help pay for that. But yeah, it's very fair and equitable. So you pay the frontage costs and then the oversizing. So the size of the pipe that can be used by other people, somebody else pays for that portion of it.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else with any questions or comments? Okay. Is there a councillor coming in? Councillor Patterson, you're in there. Councillor McKechnie, any questions? I just want to put a comment out there for Mike to consider, and that is that I think that one of the words that we hear often from our residents is walkability. We certainly have reports from the Recreation Department about creating trails and walkability around our community. Certainly some of our older communities like Stainer and some portions of Creemore and certainly in Ottawa, they're missing sidewalks for walking. At our budget deliberation, Councillor Lamers, we had a brief talk about a County Road 9 piece of sidewalk that we're investigating down there. So the problem is that these things always cost money, and we need to look at that as a community as to whether we are going to urbanize some of our older communities or not. And it does make a significant change when you pull the trigger on urbanization. Some of these big trees, like heritage trees, may have to go because they're in the way, and so it literally changes the look of the entire road for sure. So there's a lot of things in this that we need to talk about, and I think that we need to ask the public for some more information on it. So I would suggest that council is going to get this report back from staff, particularly the financing option and how what options are available to council to finance something like this. And I would suggest that we need to hear from the residents in the Sunnydale, Phillips, and area, as well as encourage our planning staff to speak to some of the people that own the development property that doesn't even have a development on it right now. There's a couple in the area out there that we'd like to hear what their plans would be. And so I'm glad we're moving this forward, because certainly Manortown needs to get moving, but I'm concerned that, you know, we'd be building a piece of pipe and missing and passing everybody else that needs to be serviced. So I'm encouraged that we have a good motion here, and we're asking for options, and we're going to come back to council. So I would encourage the public to reach out to council and let us know their thoughts on this too. So anybody else, any comments before I call the motion? Mike, you got anything you want to wrap with?
No, I appreciate council thinking about this when we come back with the costs, and you know, some of these things are never easy to bring forwards, but part of the job, I guess, your worship. So, and thanks, Jeff and Jennifer.
Yeah, for sure. Jeff and Jennifer, thank you very much. All right, members of council, you've heard the motion. We've had a really good discussion, and we've got a mover and seconder, so I'm prepared to call the motion.
Could you read the motion? Sorry, your worship, could you read the motion one more time, please?
Certainly, no problem. Recommendation be it resolved. The council of the Township of Clearview hereby, 1, receive the Stayner Southeast Sanitary Servicing Report for information. And item 2, direct staff to work with developers, engineers, financial consultants to investigate financing options to proceed towards implementation of sanitary servicing in the southeast corner of Stayner. And item 3, direct staff to provide financing options for council's consideration at a future meeting. Motion's been read, it's been moved. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, council. All right, good discussion on the future for sure. All right, members of council, it is 6:30 according to my computer clock, but the clock over there isn't. So I'm going to go with the computer clock. I'm going to advise that we have a public meeting coming up right now then. We've got item 6.1 and 6.2. So I will turn the chair over to the deputy mayor, who chairs our public meeting portions for planning. And the deputy mayor has a chair, and welcome our staff from the planning department. Deputy mayor, it's all yours.
Thank you, your worship. I just had to unmute my microphone there. So I'll read this procedure thing that we have to do every time we have a public meeting. So we will now initiate the public meeting portion of tonight's agenda. We thank everyone who provided written comments ahead of tonight's public meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the Corporation of the Township of Clearview on an application being discussed this evening, please contact the planning department in charge of the file. The information will be provided in the presentation. As identified in the notice of public meeting, please be advised that your written comments or a request to be notified will form part of the public record. Your communication and any personal information therein will be made available to the public unless you expressly request its removal. If a person or public body does not make written submission to the township with respect to the proposed application before a decision is made or a bylaw is passed, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the local appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The following public meetings will involve a brief presentation by our planning staff, including a brief explanation of the written comments received and an opportunity for the applicant or their agent to present their application and respond to the written comments, and an opportunity for questions by council. We will now begin tonight's public meeting, and I believe is it Roslyn's up first tonight. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we also have some members of the public who want to make comment as well. Is that correct?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe there is a planning consultant. His name is Jamie Robinson, and he is with MHPC Planning. He will follow my presentation. And I do see that the owner of the land is on. I'm not sure if they want to speak or not, but In any case, I'm not aware that we had any public requests to speak tonight, but the clerk's office will let us know if that is the case. I do have quite a few comments from the public that I will be reading out to you. So without further ado, I'll jump into my presentation. Just
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen with you. So can you see that, Deputy Mayor? Thank you. So tonight we're here for a public meeting to look at an official plan and a zoning bylaw amendment. The file numbers for those applications are 2020-062OP and 2020-062ZB. It's on subject property 10581 County Road 10 in the Township of Clearview. This just depicts the subject lands. They are outlined or shown here in a hatched gray and black outline. And of course, they are subject lands 10581 County Road 10 in the Township of Clearview. The existing policy framework is such that the current township official plan designation of the lands is agricultural. There's also Greenland heritage, natural heritage, Greenland hazard land, and Greenland wetland. The current zoning categories on the property are agricultural AG and environmental protection EP. This is a map depicting the subject lands, which are in red, and this shows the agricultural in the white. Greenland natural heritage is in the green, Greenland hazard land is blue, and then the wetland is the hatched out. The existing zoning bylaw schedule shows, again, the subject lands are outlined in red. The majority of the lands are zoned agricultural AG, and there is some EP lands, which is really shown by the forested or treed area. This shows the hazard land fill area, which is the regulated area by the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. And the proposal. So the subject property is 37.3 hectares in size and contains a single detached dwelling to the north of the property and a Quonset hut to the south. There are two applications that we're considering tonight. One is a site-specific official plan amendment application, and the other is a zoning bylaw amendment application. And just so you know, a consent application has also been received, but is not being currently processed until the proposed official plan amendment application has been considered and the policy framework has been established. The official plan amendment. So the owners would like to sever an existing single detached dwelling from the subject property. The owners currently do not own land abutting the subject lands or across the road from the subject lands. This depicts the property outlined in red, and the blue circle indicates the land that they would like to sever off. So that contains a single detached dwelling. The owners are active farmers in Clearview, as well as in the townships of Essa and township of Atchla-Tosronio. The owners own approximately 207 hectares of land, which is approximately 513 acres of farmland, and that includes the subject lands. All of the subject lands and the lands that they own in Clearview are on County Road 10. This is a map depicting the subject lands in pink, and the blue lands are the other lands owned by the owners. So the application proposes to change section 9.42 of the agricultural consents for farm consolidations in the official plan. And I've just highlighted in black the area or the policy that is proposed to be changed. So this does only take a portion of the policy from 9.42, but to just simplify the slide, I will just read sort of the beginning of that policy. So a consent may be granted to dispose of a farmhouse rendered surplus through the consolidation and merging of two abutting farm holdings or farm holdings adjacent to one another but separated by a public road. And that's the crux of the policy that is being considered with the official plan amendment. The proposal or the proposed application will deem the existing single detached dwelling to be surplus to an existing farm operation, even though the subject lands are not abutting or across the road to other lands in the same ownership as the current owners. This proposal is a change to the way the township has considered farm amalgamations and surplus dwellings. Just to comment briefly a bit about the official plan amendment process, the County of Simcoe is the approval authority for the lower tier municipal official plan amendments. However, applications first must be considered by the local township or the township council before being moved forward to the County of Simcoe for consideration. Now we'll move on to the zoning bylaw amendment. And as mentioned, this is also a public meeting to consider a zoning bylaw amendment application. The proposed zoning bylaw should it be approved, would not come into effect until the proposed official plan amendment application was approved by the County of Simcoe. The proposed zoning bylaw will zone the farmlands to not permit any residential uses, including not permitting a single detached dwelling, farm help accommodation, accessory apartment, garden suite, accessory bed and breakfast, a home industry, or a home occupation. The proposed zoning bylaw will also consider an exemption to the agricultural AG zone to permit a residential lot to be called a surplus dwelling lot. In addition, the proposed zoning bylaw will also consider adding a definition for surplus dwelling lot, and that will state that means a lot containing an existing habitable farm residence that is rendered surplus as a result of a farm consolidation from the acquisition of additional farm parcels to be operated as one farm operation. This just shows, again, the subject lands, which are outlined in blue or red, and the blue circle shows the existing single detached dwelling, which is on the lands. Again, this is just a survey showing the proposed house and the lands which will potentially be severed off. And another just showing a near photo of the subject residence with dimensions on the proposed lot. Notice and circulation. Notice of the subject official plan and zoning bylaw amendment has been given in accordance with the Planning Act on February 12th, 2021. It was notified by mail out and by posting of a sign on the property. In addition, we also did circulate in the local newspapers about the night of for the public meeting. Details of the application and the supporting materials have also been made available to the public and have been circulated to the relevant commenting agencies. This map shows the circulation map, and all notices were mailed out to the properties highlighted in yellow, which depict 120 meters from the property line. Now I will share with you the public comments that have been received. I have received about 11 comments. So I will just read them out to you. The first comment is from Bert DeBoer, and he would like to bring forward a concern that he has about the severance of the property at 10581 County Road 10. We are the property owners directly to the north of this property, and our concern is that the property line is only going to be 1.5 meters away from the severed house. We carry out normal farm practices on our land and want to ensure we can continue to do so. As this property line is so close to a home, we would like to see a solid visual boundary go up. For example, we would suggest a fence placed there by the individual requesting the severance so that whomever the owners may be in the future, all will know where the property is and no disputes will occur. The second comment is from Wayne Goodfellow. I am writing this letter in support of the patent application for an amendment to the Township of Clearview official plan. Currently, Clearview Township will only allow surplus dwellings to be severed off of farm property if the farm business owner owns the adjacent farming property and the adjacent farming property is within Clearview Township only. This is not the case in neighboring municipalities. Clearview Township then enforces the merging of the adjacent property. I have shared with the township staff that I believe the forced merging of farming properties is discriminatory. I also believe Clearview Township is being discriminatory to farm business owners in regards to demanding the farm business owner to have to add additional have additional farming property within Clearview Township to be allowed access to the surplus dwelling severances. The severance of surplus dwellings was made possible under the provincial authority. In regards to similar property planning for myself, I have been advised by Clearview Township office staff to wait until the official plan is changed. However, no firm date has been given or guaranteed in regards to when or if the changes to the official plan will be made to this regard. To be frank, I am tired of the township just kicking the can down the road. If the township continues to require requests for amendments to the official plan, which involves multiple forms to be completed at the township level, I believe it should be the township staff who complete the necessary forms at the expense of the township. The property owner should only be responsible for the actual severance and rezoning fees. No other fee should apply. Just because a task has historically been done a certain way in the past does not mean that it is fair, right, or legal. Discrimination does not just apply to race, color, or religion. Clearview Township's current official plan in regards to surplus dwellings is discriminatory to farm businesses based upon the geography of their other property holdings. I am requesting to be formally notified of the decision of Clearview Township in regards to the patent application for an amendment to the Township of official plan per surplus dwellings. In addition, Wayne Goodfellow also provided the township with another letter and correspondence. Within this letter, he also attached 2 articles. At this time, I just wanted to inform you that I will provide a copy of this letter and the articles in my planning report. In summary, in that correspondence, Wayne also stated that he believes the current official plan policies are flawed, and he believed that the surplus farmhouses should be severed off, and he is in support of the current application. Comment number 3 is from Ed Stevens. As an owner of the properties in Clearview Township, I am in favor of this amendment. Comment number 4 from Ed Nishaw. As a farm landowner in Clearview Township, I am in support of project number 2020-062. The current bylaw provides an unfair advantage to adjacent property owners when a farm property comes up for sale. Comment number 5 from Douglas and Maureen Patton. We support the amendments under project number 2020-062. Allowing a single family dwelling or lot is a benefit to Clearview Township. The unit will bring permanent residents to the township, which in turn will use the many services the township has to offer, i.e. public spaces, paying to join clubs, community activities, shops, lawyers, doctors, etc. Will increase the per capita of the township in many ways, from home improvements to residential taxes to community improvement. Not many years ago, Clearview's neighboring township did not allow the excess dwelling to be severed from the farmland. The farming operation felt they had no other choice but to tear down, remove the beautiful single family home and its outbuildings, returning it to farm ground. We feel if this happened in Clearview Township, they would have so much to lose, future growth impacted. Comment number 6, Mike Stevens. As a landowner in Clearview Township, I agree with the zoning bylaw to be held on March 8th, 2021, project number 2020-067, which should be actually 062. Stevens and Company is comment number 7. As a farming business in Clearview, we strongly support the zoning bylaw amendment on March 8th, 2021. Jack and Janice Stevens, in regard to an article in the Creemore paper about a zoning bylaw project number 2020-062, I would like to start by saying we have been lifetime residents, both raised with farm backgrounds in Clearview. We have been farming together for over 50 years. My husband and I strongly approve of this amendment. Comment number 9, Andrew and John Beatty, Beatty Brothers Farms Limited. We as a company and as individuals strongly support changing the severance rules for agricultural properties. Farmers should be able to sever houses from properties whether we own adjoining land or not. This would result in 1, greater tax revenue to the township. 2, improve rural landscapes as homeowners take far greater care and pride in the aesthetics of their home versus renters. 3, renters typically destroy their houses or simply don't pay the rent or utilities, so almost no profit is made after depreciation and lost revenue. However, farmers are forced to continue to pay taxes on the house. 4, if there happens to be a higher value home on the property, farmers are typically not able to pay the land, not able to buy the land as too much value is placed on the home. The landowner is typically a non-farm person and will rent the land out. However, rental land typically does not receive the same improvements by farmers, i.e. tile, fertility, etc. Clearview says it's a farming community. Changing these rules would be something the township could actually do to support them. Comment number 10, Jeremy Kober and Laura Hope. We would prefer to have the severance not allowed to go through at this time. Our reasoning for this is that it is in direct conflict with the official plan. We would support the severance once the official plan has been reviewed and changed to allow for this type of severance to occur. Allowing the severance for this property at this time will open the floodgates for other properties in the township and necessitate a review of the plan. So why not do the review and amendment to the official plan first? We also understand the reasoning for the small lot size to be retained with the residents. However, this planning direction severely limits the type of agricultural allowed within the township to large-scale cash crops owned by a few large operators and will restrict the availability of land for any future small-scale farming, i.e. vegetable stands, hobby farms. The loss of this type of farming will have a negative effect on the culture, character, and economic diversification of the township. Final comment is comment 11 from Brian Dunlop from Dunlogan Farms Limited. This email is in support of the amendment for the severance of 2020-062 OP and 2020-062 ZB. Farmers typically do not want to be landlords of residential housing. I support the severance of houses by farmers, and the farmer retains the land because we have not been able to sever. I have demolished 3 houses in Clearview Township since 2008, and these houses all could have been severed, all could have had improvements, all would have generated tax dollars to the township. So I'd just like to let you know that if there are others listening and they would like to provide comments, this is my contact information. You can email me or call me. And then in terms of the review process, we're currently at the public meeting stage. Staff will consider the comments received, and staff will write a recommendation report to Township Council. If council will then adopt or deny the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment, and notice of that council decision will be mailed out. The decision of council will then be mailed to the County of Simcoe, and the decision of the county will both be mailed out. If the decision is not appealed, it comes into effect and the zoning bylaw amendment comes also into effect. And that concludes my presentation. I will maybe stop sharing my report and let my colleague go ahead and start his presentation.
Yes, so I believe that's Mr. Robinson. Then are you the agent for the applicant, and you have comments to add? Is that correct? I think you might be muted. We did not hear your response.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, good now.
Perfect. If you can't, let me know, please. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, members of council, and all those in attendance tonight. My name's Jamie Robinson, and I'm a partner with MHBC Planning in Barrie, and I'm a registered professional planner, and I represent the Pattons, who are the applicants in this case. I don't have a whole lot to add. Ms. Workman has been extremely thorough in her review and providing an overview of the application for you this evening. But there's a few points I'd just like to raise. I've got a presentation here, but I'm really not going to follow it. There's just a few slides I want to point to. You've heard a number of comments from residents, both in favor and in opposition. The comments in favor do provide some good justification for the proposed application. So what I'm going to do is really stick to the land use planning merits of the application as a planner. So firstly, really the purpose behind the policies in both the provincial policy statement and the county official plan that permit surplus farm dwellings as a result of a farm consolidation are to ensure the preservation of agricultural lands. And that's really the principal basis for those policies. And I just wanted to make it clear to council is that what this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment would do is facilitate a consent application to allow for a surplus farm dwelling severance. And the lot characteristics, the reason for the unique lot shape is to really preserve as much land as possible for agricultural purposes. It effectively follows the manicured portion of the lot. It results in a lot area of about 0.37 hectares. The minimum lot size in the rural zone is 0.4 hectares. So it's slightly undersized, but that's really to ensure that as much land as possible can be maintained for agricultural purposes. And from a lot size perspective, the amenities associated with this proposed severed lot are in existence currently. There is a septic system, there is a well, there is an accessory building on the site. So the lot size is appropriate for this proposed use and does recognize what's there currently. The other thing I'd just like to raise for your attention as we're on this slide is from a character perspective. Anyone driving along the road now or driving along the road after, should this future consent application be approved, or cycling or walking along the road, will notice no change. It's simply a technical exercise to allow for the severance of this property, but there will be no discernible difference between the ag land now and the house on the site currently. So there will be really no change from a character perspective. Now, briefly, just from a policy perspective, I'm going to jump to the provincial policy statement. And I just wanted to go over some timelines here in that your official plan, although it's undergone some consolidations, the township official plan was adopted and it was approved in 2002. Since that time, there's been a significant amount of changes to the planning framework in Ontario. And specifically, the county official plan came into effect in 2018, and as well as we've got the most recent provincial policy statement in 2020. And both those documents contain a specific policy regime that supports the surplus farm dwelling severances. And I can assure you that through the preparation of both those documents that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture was consulted, OMAFRA was consulted, and that resulted in the development of these policies, which are geared towards the protection of agricultural lands, and they do support surplus farm dwelling severances. The one caveat is that the retained lot, so the surplus the farmland that's left over gets zoned such that you cannot establish a dwelling on that land in the future. And that is part of the proposed zoning amendment, is to restrict a residential dwelling from occurring on that remnant farm parcel. So from that policy reference in the PPS is section 2.3.4.1C. It's a very specific policy identified specifically for this type of a situation. Similarly, from a county official plan perspective, item section 3.6.7 and subsection 3 mirrors the provincial policy statement and specifically provides a policy to allow severances of these surplus farm dwellings. So from that perspective, one of the questions you'll be saddled with is, why is it appropriate to consider an official plan amendment now? We're in our official plan process. Why not wait till that unfolds to see what occurs? On that perspective, the Planning Act does allow and does enable anyone to submit applications both for zoning amendment and official plan amendment at any time. And it's my professional planning opinion that the justification exists to support an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment at this time. The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are fully consistent with the provincial policy statement and fully conform with the county official plan. And for those reasons, the official plan amendment should be approved. And I'll just, at a subsequent meeting, I'd just like to add as well, I know you heard a number of the comments that were received this evening. There was also a comment provided from the county of Simcoe, and there was no opposition from the county to the proposed amendments. So let me just cycle through these and see if there's anything else that I'd want to touch on that, again, Ms. Workman did an exceptional job, and I just don't want to repeat anything that she said previously. I think so the zoning amendment for the retained lot we've just highlighted here, it's 0.37 hectares and the 0.4 hectares is required. But again, as you saw from the figure, there's sufficient lot area for that use. Minimum frontage is met. The one comment that was provided in opposition to the proposal made a comment about the setback to the side yard, and that was the 1.5 meter setback. And I'd just like to point out, and I'll go back to a previous slide, but that 1.5 meter setback is right in this area here. And that's an existing setback that's there today. This application does not propose to change that setback. And any future purchaser of this property, should the applications be approved, would be provided with that reference plan and with the survey that you saw on the screen from Ms. Workman's file that identifies the exact location of that property boundary. So I don't believe there's any concerns with respect to identifying the separation between the two properties. And a fence is always a possibility should it be deemed necessary. So just in terms of a summary, the land use planning merits are clear in this instance. There's a clear planning policy framework to support the application. Really, this application brings the Township of Clearview official plan in conformity with the county official plan and makes it consistent with the provincial policy statement. Again, this is, however, just a site-specific application in this instance. There's no discernible change to the area. There's no change in character. The proposed application doesn't add any additional uses. There's no potential for any additional houses as a result of this. And I'm not going to go over all of the reasons why it's appropriate from a farming perspective. The letters in support provided that, and you've heard that from Ms. Workman, and they're available in the file. But really, these applications are also designed so that farmers don't need to be landlords, and it allows for the dwelling to be maintained. We heard the other comment we heard in opposition from, I believe it was Copper and Hope were the names that I had here, but was that that this application and this type of application would make it difficult for small farming operations to exist. And I don't believe there's a justified policy basis upon which to base that opinion. There's nothing that would preclude a large farming operation such as the Pattons or any farming operation from purchasing a property that has a dwelling on it and removing the dwelling from the site. So I don't believe that the current policy that exists that requires the property owner to be adjacent or abutting is effective in achieving that potential policy objective. We've heard from the comments that there have been a number of instances where farming operators have purchased land and demolished the house because they weren't able to sever it. So, and I believe the policy framework from the province and from the county really recognizes that fact, and for those reasons allows for those surplus farm dwellings to be severed. So that's my conclusion. I hope I haven't been too long-winded, and if there's any questions, I'd do my best to try to answer those from council this evening. But we look forward to working with your staff in drafting the zoning bylaw amendment and any modifications to the official plan amendment for your consideration at a subsequent meeting. So thank you very much for the opportunity on behalf of myself and my colleague Jonathan Pock, who has worked on this file, and the patent. So thank you.
Thank you. And I believe you're sharing the screen. Oh, perfect. You got us back. Thank you so much. I'm going to call on my clerk. There was a request from a Mr. Ed Rogers to participate. I don't know if it's this file or the next file. Has he connected?
There's so sorry, Mr. Chairman. There's a request on file from a Martha Patton. She had registered as per the protocol. So I think I saw her on the line. She might have a few comments she'd like to add.
Okay. Are you there? I'm sorry, the name was Madam Clerk?
Martha Patton. Oh.
Martha Patton, are you?
Right there.
We're here, yes, and
I'm sorry, so please proceed.
That's okay, and no, we didn't have anything further to comment on. We just wanted to be here if there were any questions for us. Jamie has covered everything on our behalf, and we're satisfied unless there are any questions.
Okay. Well, you may want to hang in because council will have the chance to ask questions. But how about Mr. Rogers?
He has not come on board yet.
He's not come on. So, I don't know. I do not have that on the call. Okay, so I just got a note from Kayla saying that Mr. Rogers is not online. So I'm going to go to council. Is there any questions from council? I'm looking. Yes, Councillor Broderick. I recognize Councillor Lamers too. Councillor Broderick, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the photograph of the proposed lot, it appears there's a very slight encroachment on the north. When you're looking at the trim portion there looks to be a slight encroachment on the property to the north. So I'm wondering if a fence would indeed be an asset there to give a physical lineage to the property.
I'm going to ask Mr. Robinson to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the councillor. It's something that can be looked at prior to the application proceeding to council, and we'll discuss that item with our clients and with staff. So that will be taken into consideration.
Could you clarify, is there an encroachment? Councillor Broderick is saying that there appears to be an encroachment, but is there in fact an encroachment that you're aware of?
If I could, maybe Miss Workman could just put up, there was a survey that was attached to the one slide, and we can just we can demonstrate that to you.
Yep, just bear with me here.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot, Miss Workman.
No, that's okay.
Rosalind's used to it. She's
yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor, if you want to comment while Rosalind's looking for that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Burton. I actually reviewed the survey and I don't believe there is an encroachment. Sometimes if you look at the air photos, sometimes it looks like there may be, but when you actually get to the survey, I don't believe there is one.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that the survey you were thinking? It's just a snippet of the survey, but
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show. I just wanted to demonstrate that from a dwelling in an accessory building perspective, there is no encroachment. From the aerial, it looks like a piece of the grassed area may cross over that. But again, the delineation between the two properties is something we can look at and consider prior to the bylaws being brought back to council. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamers, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm afraid of opening this up because if all these big farmers can buy these properties, it's going to really take it out of the hands of the small farmers, knowing that they can buy it and sever off this house and make an extra 600,000-700,000. It's going to really raise the prices of these farms, and it's going to hurt the small farmers.
Yeah, I'm going to, Mrs. Burton has put up her hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Burton. I think that there's something that we really do need to look at. We need to look at the pros and cons of applications like this. Back in 2001, I do believe that the provincial policy allowed the municipality to amalgamate lands that weren't necessarily abutting. And some municipalities did do that. This municipality wasn't one that did. And so I think there may have been good reason, but we need to revisit that and see whether or not that still makes good sense for Clearview today. So we would really like to take a good hard look at this, look at the pros and cons, look at what this means for the community down the road, 20, 30 years. I think the other thing that we as staff would want to explore is there a limitation to where the municipality, if we were willing to allow amalgamations that weren't, immediately adjacent to the property, at what point would that stop? Would it be only within so many kilometers of the property? Would it be within Clearview? Would it be within the abutting municipalities? Would it be Ontario-wide? Just what would that mean for our Clearview farmers? Would they now be competing with farmers that are located in other parts of Ontario or beyond? So there may be good reason why the municipality may want to put in some policies. This is one of the reasons we wanted to review this through the official plan process. It's not necessarily a bad thing for us to turn our mind to this, because we definitely need to give it true consideration as to the pros and cons of these situations. And we certainly do like to hear from our farming community. That is very important. We also have to think, what will that do for Clearview down the road? So that's something we will take very seriously and bring back to council at a future meeting.
Thank you. And so Councillor Lamers, did you have a follow-up? And I have Councillor McKechnie on board.
Yes, we have to look at these one at a time. Each one is different than the next, so they all need to be looked at separately. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor McKechnie is next, and then I recognize his worship after Councillor McKechnie.
Sorry about that, Deputy Mayor. No, Councillor Lamers, he asked the question that I was concerned about, and I was just looking at the regarding Councillor Broderick's concern. It was actually on slide number 4 of the MHBC presentation. It does look as if it encroaches on the farm to the north, but that's just the aerial view, and I'm sure it doesn't. But anyway, no, my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Your worship, the mayor.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Mayor. First of all, I think it's very encouraging that we received as many public comments for a public meeting like this when we're in this Zoom format. So I think that it's showing that people are beginning to start to engage with us this way. And so I think that's very healthy for us. So I just want to comment on that. I do have a question in regards to the, I guess it's the property line that has a bit of a curve to it that the Pattons are proposing, and Mr. Robinson is on your drawings. So I'm unsure as, when people want to build fences, that would be one odd shaped fence and also kind of a complicated thing. And I'm not sure why we wouldn't simply just make it a straight line instead of that curve. I appreciate that the agriculture turn and the turning radius of any equipment that might be on the field. I totally get it. But when you are talking property lines, the convention in this province has been to create square lines, right? So we're making a triangle here that's got kind of an odd shaped thing to it. So I'm just wondering if there's any reason for that, other than to accommodate the equipment. Mr. Robinson.
Through Mr. Chair to the mayor, the real objective here was to maintain as much agricultural land as possible. If it makes more sense to make more of a straight line along that lot line, that's something we're certainly open to doing. Again, that's an item that would be confirmed through the Committee of Adjustment when the consent application is considered. But certainly we're not opposed to that. It was simply done to try to make the retained land, the severed land, as close to the bylaw requirement as possible, but also maintain as much agricultural land as possible. But certainly we're not going to lose sleep over a couple 100 meters one way or the other on this one.
Yeah, I would suggest you're right. And perhaps you could make an agreement if the property sells to create a straight fence, but acknowledging that there is property on either side. I don't know, something.
So we will look at that with staff, Your Worship.
For sure. Thank you very much. That's all I have. And again, I just want to acknowledge, thank you to the people that put in their comments. I think it was really encouraging.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Deneen, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. Is it a drilled well that's on the property? Or is it a dug well?
Who cares to answer that?
Can anybody answer that for me? My concern is basically what the mayor was saying, just having a field that close to, if it's a dug well, it would make a lot more sense to have the boundary out a little further. And it also might make the lot up to the normal requested size rather than being undersized. And it would just make it a whole lot easier for boundaries to have that line straight. Just asking those questions. Thanks.
Yes. I'm not sure, were you asking a question or making a statement?
Yeah, well, depending on what they're putting on that property, if it's going to be fertilized, if it's going to be manure, fertilizer, the proximity to the well, a little bit more buffer would be great there. That's my thoughts on that.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Robinson?
I will let the Pattons respond to the type of well that exists there. I'm not sure if it's drilled or a dug well.
Go ahead, Mr. or Mrs. Patton, please.
Yes, it's a drilled well. It's a drilled.
Okay. And it's got the proper setbacks from a property line, does it, Mara, for that sort of?
Go ahead, Mara.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Councillor Deneen, we would have to check that as part of our review process. We can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Was there anybody else on council that's, yes, Councillor Leishman.
Thank you. I was just curious, you've got on the property, you've got on the other corner, you have a Quonset hut. but you're not asking to sever that. Is that part of your property? Are you going to use it or tear it down? Because it looks to me like it's in the environmental hazard section. So I'm just wondering why you didn't include that in the severance, or you're not, anyway, you weren't severing that part.
Would the Pattons like to respond to that?
I can, to you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. That is at the opposite side of the property. It'll be it'll maintain part of the agricultural lands. There's no immediate plans on whether that building stays or goes, but it would be an agricultural building, which is a permitted building on an agricultural property. And I just want to confirm, looking at the survey, that existing well, it does meet any required setbacks from a property for a well, and as well as the septic system meets any requirements from a property line. So just wanted to confirm those two pieces as well.
Thank you. Councillor Leishman, a follow-up?
Is there a well on that property where the Quonset hut is, or is it just a storage area? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, it's my understanding it's just a storage area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any other members of council that had a question? It's been lots of discussion going once, going twice. Okay, thank you all for participating. That ends this, the information on this particular file, and I'm going to go into our next file, which is, and I'm not sure which member of staff is, I believe it is Miss Roslyn again, and it's zoning bylaw amendment 7082 3637 Side Road. The floor is yours, Roslyn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me. I'll pull up the presentation. So can you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is a public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment 2021-009 ZB for property at 7082 3637 Side Road, Township of Clearview. This is a picture of the subject lands, or a map, sorry. The subject lands are north of 3637 Side Road and west of Concession 6 North, Nottawasaga, and they are shown here in this irregular shape, and it's hatched out in gray and black. Just further to a description of the subject lands, they are a closed and unassumed road allowance, and this road allowance is from a plan called 187 formerly in the township of Nottawasaga. So the existing policy framework, the current township official plan designation, there's actually no designation right now on those lands. They are treated like rural, as the official plan section 12.2 land boundaries and roads would provide policy for us to allow them to be considered rural. Again, current zoning on the property is no zoning, and today we are looking at a proposal to zone those lands to rural RU. This is just showing the official plan map where I've said there is no current designation on those lands. However, the official plan section 12.1 land use boundaries and roads allows minor adjustments, especially when there is no physical road in this location. And therefore the official plan permits these lands to be designated rural. And again, zoning map showing the road allowance as having no zone, but is proposed to be zoned rural RU. So the proposal is to zone the unassumed and closed road allowances to rural RU, and the effect is to zone the subject lands to reflect the rural zone, which is the same zone which is abutting all the lands. The approximate area of this land is 5 acres. The road allowance was part of Plan 187 in the former township of Nottawasaga, and the road names of the roads were Eleanor Street, Alice Street, and Bouchard Street. Again, this is just showing the subject lands outlined in red. And notice in circulation. So notice of the subject zoning bylaw amendment has been given in accordance with the Planning Act on February the 16th, 2021. And notice was given by mail out and posting sign on the property. Details of the application and the supporting materials have been made available to the public and have been circulated to the relevant commenting agencies. This is showing a circulation map of where the mailouts were mailed, and notices were mailed to those in the yellow area. And this distance is 120 meters from the subject lands. There were no public comments received in writing. I did have a number of phone discussions with some of the neighbors, and I encouraged them, if they had further comments, to please email me. However, I didn't receive anything for this meeting tonight. Contact information for myself, if there is someone listening and they would like to provide further comments, my email, or you can reach me at the township office. This is the review process. So currently we're at the public meeting stage. Staff will consider comments received, and staff will do a recommendation report to council. Council will either approve or deny the application. There will be then an appeal period, and if no appeal is received, then the decision comes into force and effect. And that concludes my report or presentation. I'll stop sharing and go back to, now I do believe there was Robert McShane that was going to be joining to represent the applicants, but there wasn't a presentation needed from the applicants.
Okay, and can you clarify who the applicant was? Because I'm looking on the thing and I didn't notice who the actual applicant was. Could you advise us of that?
Yeah, so the applicant, well, the Township of Clearview was the owner of the lands, and the McEachran family are actually the people who have applied for the zoning.
Okay. Okay, so there's no comments from the public to deal with. So is there any member of council that has a question of Ms. Workman? Going once, going twice. There is no questions. Thank you, Rosalind. That was great. And so this concludes the public meetings with respect. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I do see that Robert McShane is in the gallery, so if Kayla can just let him in. I'm not sure if he had any comments.
Okay. I
understand that Mr. McShane maybe doesn't want to join us, so.
Oh, well, I see he's actually here. So, Mr. McShane, did you want to make some comments in regards to this application? I see you've been brought into the gallery, so feel free to speak up.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay, I've lost, I can't see anybody anymore. Sorry about that, but no, I have no comments on any of that, no. Ms. Workman went through everything, so I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Great, thank you. So no further comment then. Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Again, I'm going to ask council if there's any questions, comments. No. Okay, so I will. So this will conclude tonight's public meeting with respect to tonight's files. We thank all who provided written comments and for their interest in this matter. All input received with regard to this proposal will be fully considered by staff in their recommendation and by council in their decision with respect to these applications. A report regarding the proposal will be prepared for council. It will make a decision concerning this matter at a future date, not tonight. And this concludes tonight's public meeting. Thank you. I return the chair back to His Worship the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
All right. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Roz. Thank you, Mara. Nice to see you there. And thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Good job on the public meetings. Council, we're going to return to our regular agenda. We're going to go to item number 7, which is the approval of the minutes of our council meetings. I'll read the motion and then I'll look for a mover and seconder. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the minutes of the council meetings presented on February the 8th, 2021, February 17th, 2021, February 25th, 2021. I have a mover and seconder for these motions. Let me see. Walker and Broderick. Walker and Broderick. Council, any questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call a motion. All those in favor? And I see Mr. Lamers has joined us right there. On again, off again. That motion carries. Thank you. I know it's difficult tonight, folks. Good job. All right, Council. So we're going to move on to our, we're moving on to page 3 of our agenda. How about that? It's been a long night already, folks. Business arising from the minutes, item number 8. Did anybody get any business out of the minutes of the meeting? No? Okay, thank you. Council, number 9, communications from the mayor. I have read number 1, item 9.1, which was our closed session report. Thank you for that, Council. So we'll move to 9.2, NVCA monthly newsletter. 9.3, the Silver Shoe Historical Society regarding our community assistance grant. 9.4, Integrity Commissioner's periodic report. And 9.5, Township of Archipelago has a request for amendments to the Municipal Act. It's in regards to non-resident voters. And 9.6 is also regarding community assistance grants from the South Simcoe 4-H Club. Does anybody have anything they'd like to pull from these? Oh, good. Here we go. Tom, I saw your card first. Go ahead, Tom. And then the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Tom.
Pull the NVCA monthly newsletter. Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I jumped the gun. I was thinking I was going to give you an update on their business, but I'll finish it off anyways. I have some information with regards to Bill 229.
Yeah.
The NVCA board has received. And I took a look at the distribution list and it didn't look like the municipalities got it. So first of all, if everyone did see this information of where the process is and what parts of 229 have been proclaimed, then I won't have to send it out. But seeing none, seeing quizzical looks on their faces, I will send it out to everyone. It's pretty lengthy, but it's very interesting reading. I won't go into the details, but it gives you a pretty detailed provision of what steps are being taken and what statutes have been proclaimed. And so you'll look for that either tonight or tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor. The Deputy Mayor is card up. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'd like to pull 9.5 because I wanted to ask a question of our clerk, if I could.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. Go ahead and speak to it, and we'll ask for our clerk and or deputy clerk to join us here. Go ahead, Barry. Yes,
Madam Clerk, our guru on election processes. So this thing talks about this support is clarification on non-residents. I assume non-residents means people who own property within the township, and are they eligible for voting or not voting? So could you clarify on that a little bit? Because it says they want clarification, but it doesn't talk about where the confusion is. So could you just clarification for us on that, please?
Go ahead, Pam.
So if a person rents, leases, anything of that sort, they are eligible to vote. Some people get quite creative in what they rent or lease, and I think that is what this clerk is asking for some firmer guidelines on. So, you know, as a clerk, I've seen everything under the sun. And I think one of the clerks was also having some challenges, and I can't remember what the municipality was, but people that owned a plot of property in the cemetery, they were saying that they should be voting as well too. So Really, some stricter guidelines around who can vote is always helpful because we use that as our benchmark to determine who we're going to give a ballot to and why.
So to follow up, Your Worship, so just to confirm, if you own land, and you're not a resident, so if you own land, property, building, whatever, you're allowed to vote. What about commercial property? If you own commercial property and you rent it out, one, are you allowed to vote as a property owner, and is a commercial leasee allowed to vote?
So you can vote in an election as long as you're not a corporation. So if your business is registered as a corporation, it's the corporation that owns it, not the individual. So we often get that question. But certainly if you own a commercial building and you own it as Barry Burton, you can vote in the election, and so can your spouse.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'd like to have further clarification there too, Pam, and that is that as a clerk, we also look to make sure that we include one vote for one person in the municipality. So although you may own many parcels of land or have many businesses in a community, you are only permitted one vote in a jurisdiction. Is that correct, Pam?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so I just want to be clarified there. That's good. Okay. Well, Council, this is a motion from Archipelago. And so as from time to time, we get these requests from our various, municipalities across Ontario asking for us to support it. Is there indication from Council that they wish to support this and send it on? So, Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yes, I think we should send a letter of support if the clerk is in agreement with this.
Okay. All right. I think that's great. So would you like to make that motion, or? Okay, actually, before we go on, I just want to halt the meeting for a moment. Councillor Leishman, you're going to leave. Wish you all the best, okay? Take care of yourself. She's leaving our meeting. So Madam Clerk, you can record Councillor Leishman's leaving our meetings right now. So continuing on, Councillor McKechnie, are you making the motion then to do that?
Okay, I'll make the motion that the Township of Clearview send a letter of support to the Minister Clark and in support of the Township of the Archipelago regarding the Municipal Elections Act and how it applies to residents with, or the citizens with second residence. I'm sure Pam can clean that up for me, but
non-resident electors.
Yeah.
Non-resident electors, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and I trust our clerk will assemble that for us. I'll look for a seconder on this motion. Seconder, Councillor Lamers is right there for that. Any discussion on it? All right. Members of council, you've heard the motion. Madam Clerk is going to prepare that for us to ratify in our minutes, but you've heard the motion as presented. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you for councillors for bringing that forward. And also hats off to our friends in the Archipelago. Good for them. Anything further on the communications from the mayor, from members of council? All right, seeing none, I'll read the motion to recommendation be it resolved the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive the communications from the mayor for information. I'll mover and seconder. Walker and Broderick, thank you. And all those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, council. Item number 10 is our county council reports for information. There is one item that's been included on our agenda, and as always, I always turn to our deputy mayor if he has anything he'd like to add, as he's a very active guy at our county of Simcoe. So council, we do have one item on here. It's in regards to the county of Simcoe release regarding paramedic services on the front lines. Is there any questions on the document and on the comments that are in this? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to report that yes, in fact, the province has given us $456,000 towards our frontline workers, our paramedics who do a great job and are at risk all the time with considering COVID. They're constantly at risk dealing with patients who, could be infected, could not be infected. And a lot of this money will go to the paramedics being able to set up vaccination locations and everything. So it's great to see the province kicking some extra money for the necessary and great job that all our county paramedics do for us. And, it's much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for sure. I want to support one further thing on that about paramedics. They're also participating in a program that started some months, maybe even years ago now, a wellness check program that's supportive of individuals. So they participate in some of that wellness check activity as well, which is very beneficial for people that are at home, certainly seniors. So I think that they're doing a good job. It's a great report. Any questions of it from members of council? All right, I'll read the motion then. Be it resolved, the Council of Teche hereby receive the county reports for information. Mover and seconder, please. Where are we? Deneen and McKechnie? Deneen and McKechnie. All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Members of council, we've had a long meeting already, but we are going to go around the table with our ward reports. If anybody has anything they'd like to bring forward at this time, I'll defer it immediately to Councillor Walker. He's the top right corner of my screen. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not really a war report, just talked to a few businesses today, and they're glad that we've been able to go to a red modified. So I just hope that everything moves forward so that our businesses can continue to move forward as well and eventually get back to better service than what they've been forced to live with this past little while. So I just hope we can move forward and the businesses can continue to grow and our people stay safe and do what they're told, and so we can get out of this COVID.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Walker. I agree with you completely. Councillor McKechnie, you're next on my list.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm struggling with my computer this evening. So not a lot to report. I mean, we all went to the CAO recruitment session, small halls. We've had 2 sessions to do with these small halls and the AODA updates. Over the 2 sessions that we were 8 hours or so over the 2 sessions, and Terry Vachon brought some good information to us, and I'm looking forward to that process moving forward. I'd also like to remind yourself, Your Worship, and the Deputy Mayor that tomorrow the petition and the request of the Duntroon residents for a reduction of the speed limit on County Road 91 will be on tomorrow's County Council Committee of the Whole agenda. And I know that the 2 of you will speak to that tomorrow to your best ability. And so just a reminder for that. So I'm sure you'll be there, and I'll be watching. So, and that's about it.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKechnie, for sure. And I'm sure the Deputy Mayor and myself will do as best we can to bring forward that information. We'll see how that goes. Councillor Patterson, you're next, and then Lamers, and then Broderick. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. On March 8th, which is International Women's Day 2021. So it really is meant to not just congratulate and encourage, but also to accelerate gender parity. So keep minds of that. And the other thing I have a request, essentially. We've all probably talked to various businesses, and speaking to the businesses that are in my ward, but across the township, businesses are back open. I'm thinking primarily of the non-essentials like the restaurants. So eat a meal coming from our restaurants, visit some of the businesses that have internet service or curbside as you need. Pay some extra attention when you do your shopping in the next couple of months. It's one of the best things we can do to give them the business that they're in. And hoping the EDAC, the EDAC, will come up with some good ideas as well, how to move into the COVID recovery soon. So that's my report.
Well, thank you, Councillor Patterson, and thank you for the reminder about International Women's Day. And we certainly do appreciate all of the women who support this municipality, both on the staff, in our council, and volunteers. So thank you for all their contributions. And you're right, gender parity is what we're trying to do here. So thank you. Councillor Lamers is next, then Broderick, and then we will go to Councillor Deneen. Go ahead, Mr. Lamers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of meetings. We had the CAO meeting, and then a couple meetings with Terry for the small halls. And then I had an evening hall board meeting on the 25th, and we have a tentative meeting with Terry and the evening hall board for the 18th to discuss what Terry's got to present to him. And I got an email last night that Minor Ball is having registrations without collecting any money. They're just getting registration to see how many players they get for the season, if they can open up. Thank you.
That's exciting, for certain. You know, it's always great when you start hearing about registrations coming up, you know, and that's a good point. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Lamers. And I'm going to make a note on the 18th because I also will be participating in that meeting, but I had not been notified of that. So it's a good thing that we have these little round sessions so that I get an opportunity to see that.
It's not confirmed yet, but that's the tentative date that I received this afternoon.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's available on my agenda, so thank you for that. All right, Councillor Broderick's next, then Councillor Deneen, and then back to Deputy Mayor. Do you have something there, Councillor Broderick?
Thank you, Your Worship. I too wanted to make note of today, March 8th, being International Women's Day. On February 25th, we had the CAO candidate interviews with all of council. March the 2nd was the second of the small halls brainstorming. And coming up tomorrow actually is the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting. March the 10th, I believe we have the Council Corners blog training. March the 16th, the library board meetings coming up, and on the 17th, the Clearview Chamber of Commerce meeting. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Councillor Deneen, you're next, and then the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you so much, guys, for the International Women's Day recognition. I don't have anything really to report. Not much going on. I'm hoping next meeting after us going back into red, it might be a little bit more interesting. I wanted to mention though, just on a personal note, that my mom got her vaccine on Saturday afternoon, and I'm just over the moon about it. So I'll just stop at that because you're going to have to listen to me later here. Thank you.
We're always happy to listen to you, Councillor Deneen. And as I mentioned in our last meeting that Councillor Deneen, it's been 1 year since you joined us as a councillor, and we're sworn in at this chamber right here. And it's coming up on 1 year since we had our emergency council meeting right here in our chamber too. We haven't used it since. So there you go. Councillor Deneen, welcome, and thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Bird, do you have anything further you want to add for reports?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of comments was I attended the small halls meetings that were held by Terry was well done, and all that stuff. Also the CAO meetings, and I'd like to say that the Committee of Adjustment have been notified that we approved a severance on County Road 91, which is now being appealed by the county. We have received notice that it's being appealed, and I also wanted to comment on, I'm just trying to bring something up on my phone because I'm not good at jumping around. So I wanted to talk briefly about the Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit, and I certainly appreciate the fact that we are back in the red. Certainly understand the frustration that the that the businesses are feeling, but I think we have to recognize that the Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit is still always their number one priority is protecting us as residents of Simcoe County. And just some interesting facts: as of March 8th, 6,737 cases have been in Simcoe Muskoka. 121 new cases since the last update, and we've had 190 deaths in Simcoe Muskoka over this, and there's 18 hospitalizations as we talk, and there's 50,068 vaccinations have been administered. So that's information I just received this afternoon. So while we're all frustrated in that, we have to realize that they are just doing their best to protect us. And hopefully they can find solutions that areas like Clearview that have a very low rate of infection could maybe come up with solutions for some of our smaller businesses to stay open. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to follow up on your comments about the health unit. I absolutely appreciate the work that the health unit does, certainly on this COVID crisis, but they do lots of other work too beyond just the COVID crisis, and I appreciate the work that they do. From your statistics, I also have been tracking them for some time now, and I'm always interested in the number that our municipality, Clearview Township, represents when it comes to caseload for the entire of Simcoe and Muskoka. And we are at about 1.1% of all the total caseloads for Simcoe and Muskoka, 1.1%. Now, that may seem like a really small number, but I do not want to take away from the fact that there are 3 individuals who have passed away from our community from COVID-19. And so to their families, we extend our great sympathies to them for their loss. And it's unfortunate, but it is a real thing happening here as far as this COVID situation. It's very real, and we need to all take it very seriously. And so we're hopeful that the vaccination program will bring a little confidence there. But I think if we all pay attention to the health unit and know that we have to follow their advice because they are the experts, that we will all get through this in the best way we possibly can. Please stay healthy. I have a couple things I want to mention. On March the 4th, I received a couple of emails, which I sent off to you guys right away. One of them was from Minister Steve Clark, from Minister of Municipal Affairs. He announced that the Township of Clearview will be receiving a grant of $244,460, which is part of the 2021 COVID Recovery Fund contributions from the province of Ontario, which I understand that fund is also supported from federal money that is being passed through the province. So that's great news. It'll be handled by our Treasury, and there are significant reports that need to be prepared by our Treasury. So it keeps our Treasury Department busy receiving this money, as well as pointing out where it does get spent. The other mail that I got was the Minister Carolyn Mulroney from the Ministry of Transportation. So her ministry further supported Clearview Township with $36,225. That's for support of the 2021 COVID impacts to transit service. Certainly our transit system has been impacted, as you know, and this money does help support us and keeps the bus operating safely. And so that's really supportive as well. Yeah, it is important to note we are in the red zone, as we said. Certainly members of the Clearview Chamber of Commerce and the Creemore BIA, who are business organizations representing some of the business communities, they have shared with me over the last couple of weeks their hope that we're going to continue to support them, which we do, and we will continue. And I would encourage the people to use takeout services from our restaurants and perhaps order online from any businesses that are offering online service, as well as curbside pickup, et cetera, et cetera. But all those things being said, we want to remember to help support local businesses the best we can. And with that in mind, the Economic Development Action Committee will be meeting on Tuesday. It's not a whole lot of action or work in this particular meeting, more of a establishing some information with the committee members, as well as I've asked Terry Vachon, our Recreation Director, to join us, mostly because Terry and his staff have pivoted quite significantly in our community from doing tourism to doing economic development activity, which includes the great work that they've done in preparing the reopening kits that were distributed to businesses all over the community, and the great work that their staff have been doing. So our economic development advisory committee is going to get an update from Terry, and we also have a little bit of a financial report in that committee as well that'll come from our Treasury Department. I believe it's just a report on reserve fundings. And so I look forward to working with that committee and the deputy mayor as well. And so we'll hopefully they'll be able to report back to our council with some, advice. And the other thing I want to acknowledge too is also happening tomorrow on Tuesday. The BIA in Creemore will be hosting their annual general meeting. Again, during a COVID situation, it'll be interesting to see how many people actually participate in that. They've had some really good AGMs in the past where people gathered and had good comments and shared great stories about business. So we'll see what comes of the AGM in Creemore, and I wish those volunteers all the luck as well. So, council, that's all I have at this time, and so we're prepared to move on in our agenda. If you are, we've got lots of things yet to talk about tonight. Council, department reports. We're going to start right here with Community Services, CS008. Proposed revisions to the planning and development fee schedule. A recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1, receive report CS008 2021 for information, pass a bylaw, and item 2, pass a bylaw to amend Schedule H of the bylaw 17-110 planning and development for the fees and charges bylaw. So can I have a mover and seconder and have it on the floor, and then we'll ask Mayor to report. Mr. Broderick, seconded. Mr. Walker. Thank you. And hello there, Mayor Burton. Nice to see your smiling face again. Would you like to speak to this report, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So actually, since the fee bylaw was initially passed, other than what we have as fees, particularly through the billing department that are already indexed, we haven't updated our planning department fees. We're not actually asking for an increase in any fees necessarily. We have noticed since we've been driving this bylaw for a little while now that we could do a better job at defining some of the fees. And one of the first things we found was that actually using minor and major for a zoning amendment was becoming a little bit tricky. We did have change or use provisions, and we're not really looking at changing that. But one thing that we did want to do was reduce the cost of a zoning as a condition of consent. Because they're usually very simple zoning amendments to do. And we thought what we would do is everything else would be your major, but zoning as conditions of consent would be 2,500. So that was one change. It's kind of a clarification. We also added requests for the applicant to defer. So if they're asking council to defer a zoning amendment, that there would be a charge for that, because we do have to do extra work in order to report back to council on those things. And that was something that we had in committee of adjustment, but we didn't have in any of other areas. So we thought that would be appropriate. Another thing that we've done is we've added for site plan. Some of the site plans that we do are actually pretty minor site plans, but again, to try to make sure that it's a little bit more clear, we thought we would define what we consider to be minor. So in this case, we're looking at home industries and home occupations, kennels, and on-farm diversified uses. Those site plans would only be $2,500 as opposed to what would otherwise be a new site plan at $4,000 or $5,000. So that's what we were looking at for council's consideration there. Also in the pre-consultation, we actually do have in the old bylaw, the peer review processing fee deposit. We wanted to make sure that was actually put right in the fee bylaw. And then the other things that are kind of new we've seen is that we have the Gaming Commission by the glass resolution for council. That has to be a report that comes to council, and it has to be a council resolution. So we wanted to have a fee for that at $450. and the and also miscellaneous compliance fee. So if somebody is running a automotive sales, they do need to get a zoning amendment from us, or rather a zoning letter from us. So we put that in there as well at $200. And then we just upped our fee on the zoning compliance letter by $25 to, sorry, by $200, I think, actually. Yeah, that's right, to $170. And that would be consistent with the septic review that's with the building department. So we wanted to make those even, because traditionally they have been. So there was a little bit of an increase in there. And that really sums up the changes that we're looking for from council.
Okay, are there any members of council with questions? Councillor McKechnie, I recognize you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Doug, and then Tom. Thank you.
Just one quick question. What is the Gaming Commission by the glass council resolution? What do you mean by the glass? I don't even know whether we should go there or not, but anyway.
Well, it is kind of what you think it is. It's so through the mayor to Councillor McKechnie. It's actually a term that the Gaming Commission uses, the Alcohol and Gaming Commission uses for when someone has a winery and they want to be able to sell a glass of wine by the glass. So they're not actually a full-on restaurant, but it is sort of part of the tasting experience that you would have, where they have their, charcuterie board and you would get a glass of wine, but they do need to be licensed for that.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson is next. Is there anybody else? Go ahead, Tom.
First of all, good report. I like the fact that you showed us the markup. Really makes it a lot easier to go through. What is the difference? What is a minor telecom application for 25? It just
that was coming
in my mind.
Yep, no, that's perfectly fine.
I like that. Good.
All right, so minor I'm going to probably read directly from our protocol. So your project is deemed minor if it meets the following parameters. Those projects that consist of adding an antenna to an existing tower or replacing an approved tower without adding to the height of the approved facility, or antennas that are located within an enclosed approved building or affixed to an existing approved non-tower structure such as a lamppost, or antennas that are proposed to be less than 15 meters above existing ground level, or temporary antenna systems to be removed within 3 months of construction. So those would be considered minor, and all else under our telecom protocol would be considered major.
Okay, I'll leave my comments till a little bit later on in the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. That's great. You're ahead of yourself. I like that. Councillor Broderick is next. I'm looking for anybody else on this item. All right, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Tamara, zoning compliance letter. How much was it?
Let me just take a quick look here. Bear with me through the mayor to Councillor Broderick. 1 second. It's always a trick when you're jumping back and forth between these tabs. Which one was it again, Councillor Broderick?
Under section 12 zoning compliance letter.
Oh, yes, okay. So the zoning compliance letter before was $150 and we're proposing $170.
I got an extra zero on my copy here. I've got 1,750.
Yeah, the 5 is actually crossed out as part of the track changes. Okay. So it looks, but it's actually, it was 150 and now it's proposed to be 170. Okay. $20 more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is there anybody else with any other questions on the report about our fees? Okay. Thank you, Mara. Appreciate that. Council, I have nothing further, so I'm prepared to call the motion. We've got a mover and seconder on this motion. Call a motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Mara, there's other reports for you, and we have CS 010-2021 zoning bylaw amendment regarding vending. No, I'm sorry. This is Committee of Adjustment. Let's do that one first. See, I've got it checked off here. Committee of Adjustment. Recommendation be it resolved that Committee Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive CS 009-2021, the Committee of Adjustment for February 10th, 2021 report for information. Mover and seconder on the report. Let's see, Mr. Broderick and Mr. Lamers. I see that. Thank you. Mayor, is there anything significant in this report? I think the Deputy Mayor mentioned earlier that there's an appeal happening. Mayor, have you got any comment?
Yes, that's correct. We will be reporting back to council about this because now it is a litigation matter. So we will be talking with our legal counsel and then reporting back, looking for some direction from council on this.
You bet.
At a future meeting.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, just to follow up, yeah, this was an item that was discussed in great detail at the Committee of Adjustment meeting today. I feel that the committee.
Okay, we're being patient there, Barry. We've lost your signal. You're there, but you're broken. Boy, the old internet's working great tonight.
Yeah.
Start again, Barry.
Oh, yeah, hopefully we can, yeah, my Zoom just quit right out and then come back in. I said, hopefully we can convince county that it was the right decision. So, and that'll, and I'm not sure if it's in front of us tomorrow at county. I got to, haven't finished reading the county agenda yet, so.
All right, well, thank you for that. Any other questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, we have a mover and seconder. I'll call a motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. All right, Mara, now we're going to talk about vending. CS 010, bylaw regarding amendments to the vending and shipping container and amendment to the licensing bylaw 1442. Okay, recommendation be it resolved. The Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive CS 010-2021 from the Director of Community Services regarding an amendment to bylaw 1442. It's the vending bylaw, and is only bylaw amendment related to vending and shipping containers, which is ZB 014, ZBA. Direct staff to hold a public meeting on a proposed amendment to bylaw 1442, being the vending bylaw, and a proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw as it relates to clarifying the intent of temporary vending is not permitted in shipping containers, street and rail cars. Whew. Okay, there's a lot in that. Let's get a mover and seconder, and then we'll get the mayor's report. Mover, Mr. Broderick, seconder, Mr. McKechnie. Okay, Mara, a lot of stuff you want to do here in this report and this recommendation going to a public meeting. How about you give us a full review of what you're thinking here?
All right, I would be happy to do that. Thank you, Your Worship. So this kind of came about because we had a proposal for operating vending out of a shipping container. And so the proposal came about because they were reviewing the zoning bylaw, and the zoning bylaw has a provision under prohibited uses, and it reads, and we know that sometimes our zoning bylaw needs some touching up because it isn't always clear. So, however, just keep in mind that it's not the zoning bylaw that regulates this, it's the vending bylaw that regulates this, but we don't want them to be misleading to one another. So under the zoning bylaw, it says the use of any portable structure, this is prohibited uses, okay? The use of any portable structure, vending, cargo containers, or street or rail cars for storage or sales, except where a license has been issued for vending only of merchandise or food for a particular operation at a particular location in accordance with the licensing bylaw. So really, when you go to the licensing bylaw talks about two things. There's two licenses that you can get. There's the Class A and the Class B. And the Class A license is for vehicles, so your traditional chip truck. And Class B license is for things like a tent type structure, you know, like we have for small halls, or you may have a barbecue is specifically listed, a cooler, a picnic table. So these kinds of things that you can pick up and take away. So in order to kind of make sure that these were consistent, we turned our mind to looking at the vending bylaw. And when we did so, I found that similar to our zoning bylaw, we found a lot of duplication in it and thought that we could probably make it easier to understand. And so took it upon myself to do that. And that's what's before you today. Now, this actually started in 2019. But it was one of those things where we needed time and we had, you know, appeals and we had COVID hit. And so we kind of had to park this little while while we were handling things that were just more priority right now for the township. But now that spring is coming, we wanted to make sure that we brought this forward so that it would be very clear what the intent of the vending bylaw was and that we didn't have the zoning bylaw misleading people. So what I have done is I've included a track changes version in the agenda. So first you have your zoning bylaw and then you have the amending bylaw or one of those or the other. And then near the end, you will see a track changes version of the vending bylaw. And I've also added some comments to the vending bylaw that show indication as to where things were already duplicated to a degree and how we've simplified them. The other thing that proposing is that the schedule for the Creemore vending area around the BIA, that we actually remove the zoning that's showing on that, because again, that could be misleading and not current. So that was just another little thing. So essentially I'm looking to go to a public meeting for both the zoning amendment, which is pretty minor thing, and also for adjustments to the vending bylaw, which really are just to clarify the two types of licenses so that there's no, it's not misleading. So if there's any questions on that.
Oh boy. Okay. Members of council, do you have any questions to Mayor of this report? Okay, so it's clear as mud then, Mayor. I look forward to hearing more about this, and certainly I expect we're going to see a little bit of feedback from some businesses, because vendors that come into a business district are sometimes not something that local businesses want. So I would hope that we get some public input on this one. That's for sure. That's your intention, Mara, and how would how would you like to conduct said public consultation on this type of thing?
Well, I would recommend that we do them concurrent, that we do the zoning amendment and the vendor bylaw at the same public meeting. And one thing we don't want to be doing is having people come out to two meetings for essentially the same thing. Right. And really there's really not a lot of changes to the vending bylaw. It's really more for clarification. So in a way, it's really more of a housekeeping to the vending bylaw than it is actually changing the vending bylaw. However, we're certainly open to receiving comments on it. I guess the thing we do have to be careful of is that if there is a lot of people who do want to change the vending bylaw, and that's something that, you know, that would actually have some real implications, and that's something that council wants to do, then we may need to go back to another public meeting on that so that people are aware of if there's a proposal that's being changed, that's all.
Okay, I recognize Councillor Patterson, and go ahead, Tom, looking for others. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just wanted to, having been in the front end of the development of that vending diagram through the concerns of the BIA, I went through it, I appreciated it, clarifications. I didn't see any changes to the intent of the vending license at the time. So in terms of consultation with the BIA and that sort of thing, but no veto power. And I thought it was a good bylaw when we wrote it then, and I think there's a much better clarification of the two instruments right now. So I have no problem with it. it was a mousetrap to go through before. It's easier now to find your way through them. So good job.
Good analogy there, Councillor. I appreciate that. Right, members of council, you've heard the motion. I got a mover and seconder. Is there any further? All right, nothing further. Thank you, Mara. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you, Mara. Okay. Mara, we have CS011. It's in regards to RuralNet telecommunications towers located at 24 Turkey Roost. What is it? 3554 concession 6 South Nottawasaga. And 793973 Gray Road, also Simcoe Road, 124. A recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township hereby one, receive CS011 2021 for information. And item 2, RuralNet's request to waive the tower protocol is, and we need to have a discussion. So I read it because I wanted to make sure that everybody knew what we were talking about here. And this has been something that we've had quite a bit of messages from the RuralNet user community. And so because we don't have an identifiable A or B, I'm going to ask Mara to give a report first, and then I'll call for mover and seconder and questions and so on. Go ahead, Mara.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so this, I think I've attached a lot of correspondence, and there's been a lot of correspondence going around. And, you know, I think whenever we're dealing with these sorts of, well, whenever we as township employees deal with any application, we look really strictly at the land use. We try to take out the emotion to a degree and really focus our attention on what is the request and you know, also certainly the community need. So just to point out to council, and I'm sure you're all very aware that we are not the approval authority on towers for telecommunication. It is the federal government. However, they do require that anyone who is doing towers follow the local municipality's protocol. And then all that the municipality really does is we do a letter to Industry Canada. I'll use Industry Canada as the short-term name for them, for the federal government. And we basically say that that they followed our protocol or they haven't followed our protocol. To date, we haven't had anybody not follow our protocol, at least not that we're aware of. And then RuralNet came along and basically indicated that they were concerned with the time and the cost that it takes, and also recognizing that particularly during this time of COVID, with everyone working from, well, many people working from home, not everyone, the increased dependence on internet. And we've certainly heard from members of the public that this is a very important priority for them. RuralNet, I did give you a little bit of indication on some of the towers in the last several years, actually, I believe over 10 years, that we have seen, including a Bell Tower at 70 meters, a Rogers Tower at 45, a Signum at 60, a Vianet at 37, and then 3 more Signums at 40, 50, and 50 meters. The RuralNet towers are under 30 meters, a little bit under 30 meters, so they are a little bit shorter than the ones that we have seen in the past. So the RuralNet has agreed, Industry Canada did indicate to RuralNet that they do have to follow the protocol where a municipality has a protocol. It is a requirement. I can tell you that in the past, it is certainly a lot of work for staff because they can be things that people have a lot to say about in our community or even in adjacent communities. And there is a lot of work for staff to manage those concerns, let people know that they can call Industry Canada, but that certainly we'd like to hear from them. And we generally like to work with our telecommunication towers we do not want to not have them provide the service that we need for our residents. That is very important. We do want to work with them. But in some cases, we may ask them to make a minor adjustment to the tower. Recently, we had one that was going immediately. They were proposing it immediately beside the highway, and staff worked with them to have it located further back in the property, and they agreed. And this is the kind of thing that is beneficial, I think, to both parties and to the residents of the township. So now RuralNet has agreed that they will do the protocol. So that's a good thing. They have, however, asked if council would be willing to waive the application fee for our internet protocol, as they are indicating that they do provide basically smaller towers that feed smaller number of residents. So it's really, that is a matter really for council to consider. That is not, waiving an application fee is not something that staff typically would make a recommendation on in this particular case because of the circumstances. If somebody was asking us to waive a zoning amendment application, our recommendation to you would be not to do that because they are a developer and it's not a necessary service. It doesn't have a public benefit. So that's really in your hands now. And I'm not, if there's anything more that I can do for council, I'm here to help and take direction.
Thank you very much, Mara. Certainly, as I mentioned, members of council, we have received a great deal of communication from the RuralNet user base or database, I guess, and many of their customers have communicated with us. There's been quite a letter writing, form letter writing campaign that council has received upwards of 40. I think my last count when I looked at it around noon hour was around 41 letters. So that's pretty significant. Some of them are local residents right here in Clearview. Some of them are not. Some of them are just simply customers of RuralNet. So I just want to acknowledge that. All right, council, I'm going to go around if anybody want to speak to this, and we're going to need a recommendation. So who would like to go first? Mr. McKechnie?
Thank you, Your Worship. And so as everyone's aware, this all started with 3 towers that are in my ward. And yes, you're right, Your Worship. We have received lots of emails from various parties. I've responded to many of the people that have emailed, and I tried to explain the township position. And they've responded back favorably. All but one have responded back favorably. I won't go into a lot of detail. I had a bunch of notes here, but basically, my concern is that if we allow RuralNet to steamroll the municipality, and that's their words, not mine, to steamroll the municipality, we're submitting to, I would think would be intimidation. And that would open up we'd open up ourselves to having other people, such as builders and developers, refuse to pay their fees as well. So I fully support the compromise and recommendation that's on the agenda that Mara has put on the agenda. And I would say that we deny RuralNet's request to waive the tower protocol fee. And that's about all I have to say on it. So I think it's a good compromise. I think that they would be well advised to take the compromise. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councilor McKechnie. If you don't mind, I'm going to call for a vote on that before we get a mover and seconder on the original motion. So I'll let councilors all speak, and then we could get to having a vote on in favor of a denial or approval. Denial. Okay, so we'll get to that. Now, the deputy mayor is next, and then I think, was it Tom or who else? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just sort of want to reiterate what Councillor McKechnie has said. I think I want to start off by saying that Clearview Council has never refused anybody who's applied to put up a communication tower and internet tower. They've all been approved. We've never, tried to, do anything negative against them. We've supported them. We've supported them all. Certainly support the need for our local communities in our rural areas. Totally understand it. From a county point of view, we're very involved in the system where they're in the SWIFT program. Simcoe County has just been approved for, I forget how many millions of dollars to bring internet to rural areas. I haven't seen the exact rollout yet. So certainly in favor of RuralNet, bringing in some systems to service our people. But they have to follow the protocols. There's protocols there, and the protocols are there to protect our citizens, to protect our people, so that towers aren't just being stuck up willy-nilly. We need to know where they are. We got airports around us, around this particular area. And I think it's important to understand that there is protocols, and we need to develop this relationship. And I mean, I don't feel we can waive the fees because then Rogers is going to come along and they're going to want to put up a 50-meter tower or something. Then so once we start waiving fees, I think it's a dangerous step to make. And they also have, and I don't believe, I was in contact with the NEC today with the director of the NEC, and I'll just read exactly what she said. That's regarding the process, the NEC has protocol in place with Industry Canada. So they also, and these 3 towers are in the NEC territory. So not only are they obligated to follow the protocol with us, they need to follow the protocol with the NEC too, which is part of their jurisdiction. She did confirm that the NEC does not have a fee for doing what they do, so that's fine. But I think our protocol is to protect our residents of things just being built willy-nilly. We started throwing away protocols. All of a sudden, we didn't have protocols and that to follow. Somebody would be building, an industrial building in a residential area. So we've got protocols to follow. So I support the recommendation that we apply the one-time fee to all 3 towers that are being put up. I would certainly support that, and I think that's what Councillor McKechnie is talking about. So instead of 3 separate fees, which I understand would be quite expensive for RuralNet, I certainly support that we give 1 fee for the 3 towers they put up, and I think that would be reasonable. And this is a company. This is a company that is making investment into our municipality, but they're also making investments into their own business as well. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I acknowledge Councillor Patterson, and then Deneen. I saw your card, Phyllis, and then I see Walker. Okay, so let's go to Tom first, then Phyllis, then Bob. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, 2 points initially. Mara, what is the protocol with the feds as well? When you say we simply send a letter of compliance or not, is the license, the permitting held up until that letter is received? I read different things and it almost sounds like before we get notice, the service is in place.
Through the mayor to Councillor Patterson, that is an excellent question. What I have seen from Industry Canada is that they have written RuralNet. I think I've copied you on some of those emails, and they have said that they are obligated to follow our protocol. So I presume that means that they will not get their license from Industry Canada if they violate our protocol or ignore our protocol. I presume that is what it means if we then send a letter saying that they failed to follow our protocol. I cannot guarantee that. Industry Canada is the approval authority, so I can't be sure. We haven't had this situation before, but they certainly have made it clear that it is required. Sorry,
So-
I hope that answers your question, but it's kind of a never say never kind of answer.
Well, so I've sat through a number of these in council, as we all have, and from Bell and Rogers and the others. What do you do as the planning department? Assuming you've got notice somehow of an application, let's say you've got it as per the protocol. You're asking for a letter.
Yes.
The service has not been provided yet. just walk me through a typical application of this.
Thank you. So for the protocol, we hold a public meeting at council and we provide notice. And so that provides the opportunity for the public to reach out to the planning department and reach out to council if they have concerns, maybe perhaps about the placement of or the proposed placement of the towers, whatever the case may be. It gives an opportunity for people to talk. One of the things that we've often talked with our internet providers about is cohabitation on towers, and trying to ensure that we usually ask them to show us the heat map as to what coverage areas they're providing, show us all the other towers in the area. Is there an opportunity to cohabitat? So that's kind of the things that we do, working with them. And then we form, once we've done that, working with our internet providers, then we send the letter to the to Industry Canada that they have followed the protocol. So sometimes they make adjustments to the location based on that process.
Do you does township staff make site visits?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And how long does it take usually?
Probably 2 months, 2-3 months. Like, there's not an appeal process for us. So it's similar to a zoning bylaw, but there's no appeal process. So it's basically, we have the public meeting. So there is a notice time that we give for people to come out and notify the municipality if there are concerns. We pass that on to the internet company so that the internet company can be try to be responsive to those concerns. Sometimes we get involved in that process in that we get to hear the internet provider's response to the residents at that public meeting. So that helps inform council. And then and then once that's done, we would send a letter of that protocol. Now, if council said that they wanted to send a letter of objection or do something different than that, we could certainly do that because we are a commenting agency to Industry Canada, much like anyone else. So if we had a serious concern, we could certainly do that. And then that's the end of the process. There's no appeal process or anything like that for the township. We're not sending out a notice waiting 20 days until it comes into effect because it's not in our hands, it's at Industry Canada.
Okay, I'll give up my time right now. I have comments on the cost, the fee, and I'm open to discussing the fee, but I'll wait till we get into that discussion.
All right, well, thank you, Councillor Patterson, and thank you, Mara. I have Phyllis Stedin, and then I have Walker, and then I see Mr. Burton's put your card up again. So go ahead, Phyllis.
I just wanted to say that I would support as well the where Mara's got it written here. If Rural Net were to make the application for all 3 towers, it would come under the township's protocol and one application fee of $5,000. We're in interesting times, and he did perform a service that is invaluable to people. Didn't go about it the right way, but I'm all for that one application fee of $5,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker is next, and then Mr. Broderick or Mr. Lamers, just looking to you. Okay, go ahead, Robert.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comment was, I think we have to make this understood that the only reason that we are accepting the 3 towers under one application, we need to make sure that other tower installers, companies realize that if the concession is made for these 3 towers, that they all come in under one application. So that in the future, we must, again, we're opening the door. So if another tower person comes in and wants to put in 3 towers under one application, we treat people the same. So I just want to make sure that we understand, and the public understands, that this is why we're going this route if this is passed tonight. My second question is, are these towers all functional now? Are they up and running?
Okay, it's a good question. Mara,
are people receiving internet service?
Thank you, Councillor Walker, through the mayor. They're up. I don't know if they're receiving service. I don't actually have that answer. And maybe I should try to find that answer out and report back to you. I'm not sure if they can be transmitting when they don't have their approval from Industry Canada, but they may very well be doing that. I honestly don't know. And if somebody else here at council has that answer, that would be great, but I don't actually have that answer for you. I'm sorry.
Yes, they are.
Sure.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Okay, then that leads me to a question then. What happens if they refuse to pay and it's approved, they refuse to pay the fee? What happens? Do we have any recourse then in order to make sure that we collect that fee?
Mara, that's a really good question and might even go to the clerk because the clerk bylaw department might be part of that. Go ahead, Mara.
Yes, thank you. That is a difficult question. I think I was sort of kind of trying to get the answer to that before we actually had this meeting, because that was kind of a question. And I'm still not clear. I think it would be, if something can be collected in like manner as taxes, we can actually put it back onto the landowners that have authorized the towers without going through the protocol. I'm not sure 100% if we can do that in this situation or not, because it's an application. If it was, we maybe have to charge them with violating the protocol, maybe. I'm not sure. And our protocol doesn't have, it doesn't have like a violation charge or fees for violation. So I honestly don't have a good answer for that. And when I looked into it, I still didn't have a good answer for that. So I'm sorry, but I'm not sure. It's kind of like, if, you know, I know for sure I can't force somebody to make a planning application and pay for the planning fee, right? However, if they make the application, can I do that? I'm still not 100% sure. Can I build that back to the applicant?
I'm just not so sure I can agree with a reduced fee, not at that amount anyways, not following the process that carried on and went with this stuff. I think we need to have a little better teeth involved in this whole process.
All right, thank you for your comment. Deputy Mayor, I've recognized you a couple of times, but I do have Lamers and then Broderick. So Barry, do you have something right now you want to speak, or I'm going to go?
If you don't mind, because I just like particularly this subject we're on. So I know when it comes to their licensing agreement or their permit agreement from Revenue Canada, I know from the NEC point of view, because we've had to review many of these at the NEC with towers having to go up, and it's my understanding that they need our letter of recommendation, or a letter of recommendation. I don't want to say letter of approval, but letter of recommendation from the NEC, and that's part of their requirement to apply for their license. In response to the question that Robert asked, their permit or license comes from Industry Canada. I'm sure if they refuse to pay the money and we advised Industry Canada that they're not being cooperative with our protocol, I think Industry Canada would kind of not look favorably upon that. Let me put it that way. And I think we're trying to be, you know, again, we have supported every tower that's gone up there. We've supported all the other companies, you know, and this company just got to learn to play by the rules. We want we want the service I want the public to know we want the service that they, you know, that RuralNet is providing. We want it, but there's just rules that have to be followed and protocols that have to be followed. And you know, if they're going to play with the big boys and compete, then, you know, you got to get in there and play by the rules. So that's my comment. Thank you for letting me step forward.
Sorry about that. You're just darn influential there with that card. Councillor Lamers is next, and then I got Broderick, and then I'll have some comments myself.
Yeah, Barry just answered the one question, but the other one, yes, I like Councillor McKechnie's motion, and I'd welcome RuralNet back to the area as long as they want to follow the rules. We need more towers. We need more internet in the area, but they have to follow the rules.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Broderick, do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Your Worship. first off, I got to say, I really don't appreciate the way this company has gone about their process. I wouldn't even be considering their application. I personally wouldn't consider their application if I didn't think the service was needed. But bearing that in mind, I am willing to consider what Mara has proposed, and I think they should be considering that a blessing. That's about all I have to say.
Great, thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Deneen, once again, and then I have the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Deneen.
Sorry about that. I'm just wondering, it's under 100 feet, like at 29 meters, 96 feet tall. I'm wondering if there could be something in there that we talked about minor and major before, and I'm just wondering if it could be considered like minor, and they are private, basically private installations on private property. That's the homeowners. I know they say ignorance is no excuse, but they've looked at something that they thought could benefit themselves and their neighbors, and they acted in good faith. I really wish that he would have, but I'm just wondering if there can be something put into our protocol that towers under a certain height. Do we have something like that, Mara?
Mara, can you comment on that?
Yes, certainly. The minor ones, basically, they don't go through the protocol at all, and the major ones do. You could do, if council wanted to look at the policy, we could have certain ones exempted, and then we could have major and minor protocols after that. If you wanted to do that, the fee could reflect that. We could consider the process reflecting that. I'm not sure how we would change the process. That's the only thing, I guess, it's a bit of a trick, is that if we're going to hold a public meeting, we're going to hold a public meeting, and there's a certain cost to doing that, and there's a cost to the notice to do that, and time. So that's the only little bit of a trick. However, you could still graduate it. You could still have, you might have the same process, but you could have a graduated fee, because certainly, a 90-meter tower versus a 30-meter tower is going to affect more people, and it's going to have more, big concerns. So you could certainly do a graduated fee.
Well, I'm just looking, like the next in height is 37 meters. That's 22 feet. That's like a story and a half house on top of what they've already got. And that would be like even 7 meters would be a substantial height increase from what they've got. And I'm just looking at that in visual and out in the landscape. That's all. And that was the basis of my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Patterson, you've also been really insistent with your card, so go ahead, bring it up, and I'll hold my comments. Go ahead, John.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Councillor Deneen, for raising that one. I too thought of that, having a design parameter that limits the single users based on the tower, but remind that there's the Bell Canada puts up short poles too for relay purposes, and I think you get into a little bit. I'd like to see a defined category for this, because I think it provides a useful service, and there are a number of rural internet servers. This one I would classify as a terrestrial land-based wireless service. And it almost always, unless there's a high point on the house or on the property, on a building there that requires a tower. Why wouldn't the fee reflect the amount of work we do here roughly, in terms of, like, I don't know how much work you put into a peer review, for example. The fee there comes in around $1,500. The three applications lumped together comes out to about just under $1,700. It's not our intention to make the $1,700 right now the standard fee for additional rural net applications. I assume it would go back to the 5,000. I think that's gets us into more confusion. I'd like to see us come up with a fixed price, something between 1,500 and 2,500. I say that because I'm thinking of a consent peer review at $1,500, I believe, versus a minor telecom, which is 2,500. We don't have it in our definition. Seems to me we could do it. And minor doesn't have to be, in my mind, I'll take your advice, doesn't have to be that we don't send a letter. And the other question I have is, in most of these, do we have to have a public meeting? Or can we call it as needed like we do in the site plan? I know we do all site plans now, but anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, good points, Tom. Mara, go ahead. You got some comments.
Yes, thank you. So the amount of work can be substantial, in very much like doing a zoning bylaw, because we're receiving so many phone calls from people and putting together all of their comments and relaying that information back to the telecom provider. So it can be, if it's controversial, a lot of work. We've had situations where the neighboring municipality has contacted us. We've had situations, their planner, and then neighborhoods outside of the township contacting us. So it can be a substantial amount of work. We can certainly go back and look at sort of what a cost recovery would be for a typical case for us. We could look at maybe what some other municipalities are doing. We could also look at different protocols. So if, you know, is it something, and I do actually think, and I could be wrong on this, but I think Industry Canada, or at least I thought they had required some sort of public meeting on these things anyway, but that may have changed. So I wouldn't mind going back and taking a little look at this for you and reporting back. And maybe that means adjusting our fee. But the only way to, I mean, we could look at not having a public meeting and just putting it out there and then bringing it through staff. A little bit nervous about doing that because it's not really for staff to say whether or not we, you know, that the protocol should be something that comes to council, and council should get the comments that are coming through. So in that way, it's kind of requires a bit of a public meeting or a public commenting period, perhaps, if not a public meeting. The notice could go to a certain distance to the property by mail, or goes in the newspaper, depending on how big it is. And of course, there's a cost for a newspaper ad, and those aren't cheap these days. So there may be other means, but it's very difficult for me to make a recommendation to you at this time without really going back and giving it some look.
If I may, just one quick one. There is a 30-day commenting period already. Is that, when does the clock start?
Good question. You know, the planners that work on these files have all these answers in the back of their hand, I'm sure. But anyway, I think the clock starts when the company sends notice. So the company sends notice out to the people in the area, and then you have a 30-day time, which you would normally contact Industry Canada directly. With our protocol, we have a stake at the table representing our residents through our process. So that's how that works. And sometimes I think if we try to think of why we have the protocol, perhaps the reason is because maybe Industry Canada wants to hear from the people that were elected to represent the people.
So if we are not holding up somebody's service right now, especially since it's working, I guess we could get that confirmed officially, then I think there's some homework we could do, as you're talking about, because there's some good questions, and that we should direct staff to come back to us with a fix for a more permanent fix than the temp. I would see what you've done as a temporary solution, the 5,000 for the 3. Let that go out into the to rural net. I think we can sort of, if he's a man of his word, we can expect what he'll do with that. In the meantime, if we come up with a more permanent solution. I don't want the rural customers to be suffering for this.
All right, Mayor, before you answer, I just want to point out to you that Nick Ainley, I believe, is on the call here tonight too. And as one of your planners, he's been very involved in in some of this work of recent. So don't be afraid to draw upon him. He's here as a resource as well.
Right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mara.
And I may do that. I might throw Nick out there to see if he can help me here. But one of the things I do want to mention is that with combining, we've not had a situation where we've had a telecom company do 3 towers all at the same time. If we have one public meeting for 3 towers and 1 notice, there is obviously cost savings there. So I don't think there's a need in those circumstances to be charging three fees. If they did 1 this year and 1 next year and 1 the year after that, then most certainly we would, because we would be doing 3 applications. So now that we have Nick here, perhaps if he has any information he can shed on the process at Industry Canada or something like that, then perhaps he can help us.
Yeah, if I can, I'd like to go right to Nick. Nick, nice to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm sure you've been listening intently to this type of discussion, but it's certainly something you in your work with us here at the township, you have both engaged with those that make the application, whether they be professional engineers or representatives of some of the large telecommunications companies or some of the smaller internet providers in our community. And you also probably hear from members of the public as well. So can you just give a little bit of an outline on how you feel that this is working for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship. So typically, in terms of the process, as you heard through Mara, in terms of the protocol, we do have the minor and major. So typically it's usually the major. The only ones I've dealt with were majors are over the 30-meter height. So typically in terms of the time frame, so the applicant would submit an application, staff would review it. And then once the notice goes out, that's when the 30-day notice period commences. And typically within that time frame is when we would hold a public meeting within that. So the Industry Canada has, that's for Industry Canada, they have the 30-day, and then our time frame for a public meeting fits in usually within that time frame. We can extend it out if, say, our public meeting doesn't fall within that, but typically that is the requirement. But most telecommunication companies are happy to extend it out an extra week if necessary to meet our protocols. In terms of the process itself, it's really tricky because some towers they're a bit more straightforward and they go through the process quite easily. Others require a lot more management, a lot more through staff in terms of receiving comments and speaking with the public. For example, I've had some that, receive a few letters of support and everyone seems to be pretty satisfied with it. The applicants have been able to consult with adjacent property owners and everyone seems to be happy with what's proposed. Other ones, there are applicants or adjacent property owners who are vehemently against some of the towers for various reasons, for visual or health concerns. And that can be a challenge as well. And that can draw the process out a bit longer because telecommunication companies typically like to work with them to make sure that, their comments can be addressed to, the greatest extent possible. In terms of our process, so as Mayor indicated, we typically go through a requirement of Industry Canada is to go through the local telecommunication protocol. And that's ultimately what they're seeking is that we issue a letter of concurrence to Industry Canada, confirming that they've done so. The council can basically indicate that they can submit a letter of concurrence, a letter of objection, or a letter of concurrence with certain conditions, and that would be submitted to Industry Canada. Ultimately, it's up to Industry Canada. We are just a commenting agency. We could have a letter of opposition, and Industry Canada could look at that and say, well, we are going to support it in any case. Or likewise, they could say, we're not going to proceed forward until you address these local concerns. I personally have not been in a situation where we have had to submit an application of objection or concern because basically the applicants have been able to work through that with us as well as adjacent property owners. And so we haven't put in that position before. So typically Most applications that go through are, you never satisfy everyone, I suppose, if they are against the application, but they do follow our protocol to make sure everyone's at least informed with it, and then they can follow up directly with Industry Canada if they have specific comments. So hopefully that addresses some of the outstanding questions, but if you have any more, I'm happy to answer.
Great. Well, don't go away, Nick, because perhaps other people do. Mara wants to speak, and I do have some comments myself. Go ahead, Mara.
I know, just point of clarification, it's minor if it's under 15 meters. Just
yes. Yeah. Thank you. If I may, Council, I got a couple of things. First of all, I've read the motion. I've not called for a mover and seconder because we need to have a clarification on AB. And so this is good discussion in order to us to get to the point of announcing what that AB would be, and then I'll call for mover and seconder. So that's just a procedural question. Now, I got some comments, and that is that I think that the telecommunications protocol does need to be reassessed. And so I would entertain a motion later on in this meeting, perhaps, that would ask our staff to go ahead and do something like that, to reassess the work that goes into it, as Councillor Patterson brought up, the time that goes into it, whether the fee structure would actually be appropriate, and also the types of telecommunications and or Innovation in Science and Economic Development Canada, also known as Industry Canada. They do license other types of radio and telecommunications equipment in our community that are not in the internet world or the cell phone business. So there's a lot of towers that do pop up that are outside of the current protocol. So that's why I feel that there's a lot of work on our protocol that does need to be tightened up. You're correct, Mara, that there were some changes made in the spring of 2018. I received notification of it, and I think I distributed it amongst the staff and council, and certainly the former CAO and I had a talk about change that came from Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada about the protocol procedure. I think it did have to do with that business that Nick mentioned in regards to the time for the comment period. And I think that they also were being inundated with the number of requests. Because believe it or not, we're not the only place in Canada that's getting cell phone towers, right? Or internet towers. So they're being inundated with requests, so they wanted to extend that as well. So we can clarify that and get some of that looked at later on. A couple technical things that were asked, are the towers up and running, delivering customers? To my knowledge, they have customers in Clearview Township right now. It's also to my knowledge that they're actually transmitting using frequencies that are available available through Industry Canada, that they're using in licenses or frequencies that are, they call them non-licensed but coordinated. So they're coordinated frequencies, but they don't require a license. And so it's not a whole lot different than your Wi-Fi device that you have at your house. Your Wi-Fi device at your house has a whole group of frequencies that are programmed into it by the manufacturer. It's a type approved device that is approved for use in Canada, and it will transmit on a whole group of frequencies. What's interesting is that they are coordinated frequencies, meaning that they have to be specified, but they're non-licensed. So when you buy that device and put it at your house, it's being used because the government of Canada says you can use it. The interesting thing about the equipment that's on the towers in the internet world, particularly the guys that are doing the small internet companies, is they use a lot of devices that are using the same type of technology. And so they have to coordinate, but they don't have to actually get a license. So that's kind of the trick. Nick, when you deal with Rogers and Bell, they have some specified frequencies for cellular use that they are licensed to use, and they have to pay a licensing fee to use those particular licenses. And so it's critical to those corporations that are doing the cell phone business to get the actual frequencies licensed by Industry Canada or Innovation, Science, Economic Development to make sure that they get the correct licenses so that they can use their services. So there's a lot of complicated technical stuff that goes into this. Fundamentally though, internet is something that is growing. We've heard it already spoken that we as a community have huge internet demands across our township. There are lots of providers out there. There's lots more than Bell and Rogers, lots more. And the business is very, very competitive. I appreciate what Councillor Broderick's saying about the tactics being used by this particular corporation. I think the other one that's more interesting to me, actually, Councillor Broderick, is the one that's the companies that are operating that we've never even heard about. You just need to drive around our community and take a look at some of the antenna structures, and you will realize that some of those antennas that are on people's homes are not just receivers, they're actually transmitters. And so many, transmitters are being put on the air using these uncoordinated, unlicensed frequencies. And so there's a lot of RF energy floating around our community, and a lot of companies that are servicing customers. RuralNet made an investment because they were asked by residents. There was a whole residents group, if you don't mind me pointing them out, the people in Dunedin area, Councillor McKechnie, were very vocal when they heard about the work being done over in Grey County, and they invited them in. RuralNet went and found some willing hosts to put up these towers, and so they went ahead and did it without following our protocol. I'd like to speak about our protocol, back to that discussion, and look to Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson, you were very much a lead in the changes that came to the bell tower that was located just to the north of Creemore. The initial tower structure that was applied for was going to be a lattice type tower with multiple antennas on it. And you and members of the community brought forward their comments as part of the application. And as a result, today we have a artificial Christmas tree, pine tree looking tower that's on top of the hill there. And so I would point out to council and to the public that the protocol works, because the public were interested in that particular tower site, and they were interested in what it looked like, and they were interested in making it more suitable or palatable to their sight lines and their visual impact. And so the protocol worked in that particular case because the corporation that made the application were willing to work with the residents and heard the residents' concern. And so we now have an artificial Christmas tree sort of thing on the side of the hill. Some people like it, some people don't. Can't satisfy everybody all the time. I want to speak about major and minor. There was a major tower, Nick was involved in this one, located just north of Nottawa, between Nottawa and Collingwood. That was a major tower that was being proposed by Rogers, I believe it was, Nick. They made their application, had the public meeting. We had people come to our council chambers from Collingwood who made deputations to us back when we could have deputations in front of us. And as a result, Nick can confirm, but the Rogers organization pulled out of that application after going through the entire process, and then they withdrew. Is that right, Nick?
Yes, Your Worship. So they've actually, the requirement of the telecommunication protocol, as well as for NHS Canada, is to co-locate. So typically you have a 3-year period to construct your tower and then move forward. And if nothing's been constructed, then you can have approval for your tower. In that time frame, they were not aware that an adjacent tower had approval, and they weren't aware that they were proceeding with construction. So while they're going through the process, it turned out to be all for naught, because there was a tower going up in close proximity where they were able to co-locate on. So they've withdrawn their application based on that they're being co-locating on an existing tower.
Right. So they've withdrawn this major tower that was going to go up. I'm sorry, I don't remember the details, but it was upwards of 200 feet. It was a pretty serious looking tower. Anyway, and so they've made the choice to do a co-locate on an existing tower site. So that's how the protocol works. It helps. They follow it along. We have a major tower that's located south of Cashdown Corners, just along local airport road. And it's a 250-foot Rogers tower with full guy wires and lots of lighting on it. And it's a pretty significant tower. Tom, I believe that went up somewhere around 2007 or 8, something like that. And that's a pretty major tower. That tower site also went through this protocol, and subsequent to that is also co-located with other carriers on there as well. And Councillor Walker, you might remember the tower site that was located just south of Stayner. It's a big triangular teepee type looking tower that was put up by TELUS Corporation. And all 3 major carriers, as well as 2 minor carriers, are on that tower site today. So that's a site where there's multiple locations on there. So we have towers. We have lots of them across this township. And so my commentary here is simply because I want people to know we do have a protocol, and it has helped. It has helped. We've heard the public, and those corporations have heard the feedback from the public and made some adjustments, made some changes, open for co-locate. Those type of things have happened. The smaller corporations that are showing up or popping up in our township, are going to continue to do that because the devices that they use are quite small. They're actually about as big as your laptop computer. That's really all it takes to mount up on top of a tower, and it's a full weatherproof piece of gear. And so you'll see them pop up. So they're going to come more and more. So council, I think we'll get back to this motion. I think we need to clarify this, move on with this, but I would ask for council to consider asking your staff to have another look at what this whole protocol is all about. So those are my comments. Now, I'd like to get to the motion and find out where we are with this A and B. And I've heard some commentary on it so far. And does anybody want to make a motion on the item A, which is request approved versus request denied? So I'll leave it open for a motion. Deputy Mayor Burton.
So I want to put a third option in. So I want to make an amendment to the motion with option C, where we charge one $5,000 fee for all three towers. So that's an option C.
Okay. If there's no objection, we'll just simply add that as a friendly, considering we don't even have a mover and seconder on the main motion anyway. Nobody's nodding or objecting. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're going to put that in as option C, $5,000 for the 3 tower.
And I will move that motion.
All right. Council, we've got a motion then to move item number C, which would be as recommended through the staff report, the $5,000. Mover. Seconder, please. That would be Mr. Broderick. Okay. Any discussion on that? All right. Yes, go ahead. Please bring up those yellow cards. Mr. McKechnie and then Mr. Lamers.
So just for clarification, that $5,000, essentially, that's pretty much what Mara has in her report here. $5,000 for 3 towers, and we are denying Rural Net's request to waive the tower protocol fee. All we're doing is changing it to $5,000 for the 3 towers. So I agree with that. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. The clarification, I'll amend the motion before I read it, where it says Rural Net's request to waive the tower protocol. So we would amend it to say Rural Net's tower protocol fee will be C, $5,000. That's how I would amend it. I haven't even asked for mover and seconder on the main motion yet, so we'll get there in a second, folks. Is there any other comments on the Deputy Mayor's motion and seconded by Broderick? Yeah, oh yes, sorry, Councillor Lamers. Go ahead.
Is that just a one-time deal until we review this bylaw?
Well, I think at this time, we could do this with this particular case. We've got a report, so we could do this. And I would suggest that we have a motion later on to review the entire protocol. Does that seem fair? All right. Anybody else with any questions or comments? Okay, Council, you've got a motion, and it's simply that we're going to go with item number C, which will be a $5,000 fee for the 3 towers for Rural Net to meet the terms of the protocol. Okay, anybody, anything further? Okay, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? There's none opposed, so we will not even vote on anything else. At this time then, Council, hang on, Tom, I'm going to read the motion and call for a mover and seconder. Is that okay, Tom? Did you have something else? Tom? You're muted. All right, I'm going to read the recommendation. I'll call for mover and seconder. Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1, receive CS 011-2021 for information. And item 2, that Rural Net's request, or sorry, that Rural Net's tower protocol fee will be $5,000 for all 3 towers as reported in the report. A mover and seconder on the motion, please. Broderick and Deneen, is there any discussion on this? We've had a good discussion. Thank you, Council, for your help. All those in favor of the motion? And that carries unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, good luck with this one, guys. As I said, you can do it tonight, you can ask for it, or you go ahead, Tom, or you can do it another night. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, yeah, I know, there's no problem with that last motion. So I would make a motion tonight to direct staff to prepare a report that reviews our current telecom protocol and fee structure.
Pretty simple. Thank you. I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Lamers has got the second on that. Can I just go to Mara and Nick, because you're both sort of dealing with this? Do you have a timeline idea that we could see something like this? Because honestly, there's a lot of technical stuff in this. So, Mara, what do you think?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Bringing the cannabis report back first, hopefully, and then I would say maybe 2-3 months.
Okay.
It's hard to say, right?
All right. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
It's kind of a chicken and egg. Do you need the internet first to order the cannabis? Or do you want the cannabis first because you don't have internet?
You know what? In Ontario, all you need is a postal code to get your cannabis, just so you know. All right. So anything further than on Tom's motion? I think it's pretty clear and straightforward. Nick, you got any comments? Since you're still with us, you're okay? Thank you. All right, Council, then I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries unanimous as well. Thank you very much. Outstanding. Oh, we got to keep the internet rolling, folks. Okay. Mara, you still got more work here in front of us. Look at this. A couple more reports. Street naming report for Ashton Meadows, phases 1A and 1B.
Thank you, Your Worship. And actually, those are Nick's reports. So I'm
well then, Nick, you old lucky fella. Good for you.
Thank you, Worship.
Okay, I'll read it, and we'll get a mover and seconder. Street naming recommendation: be it resolved, Council of the Township of hereby one receive CS 012-2021 street naming Ashton Meadows phase 1A 1B. For information, item 2, request staff to proceed with the required notice for the naming of 5 public streets for the Ashton Meadows phase 1 and phase 1B plan of subdivision, file number 2018-012 SD, prior to the preparation of the bylaw in accordance with the Municipal Act. All right, so mover and seconder, where are we at? Deneen and Walker. Nick, you got any things you want to mention? I guess we got to do some advertising, right, to promote these questions, is that right?
Yes, Your Worship. So just as a brief overview, it's pretty self-explanatory is what it seems. So the applicants are proceeding to name the streets in their phase 1A and B lands. They have submitted 5, well, they've submitted 4 names. Clarence Street is an extension of existing, so you wouldn't be naming that name, it'd just be a given extension. They have provided 4 names that have been selected from a historic list of street names that was prepared by the previous council in 2011. And basically we have circulated out to all adjacent municipalities. We've received comment from everyone, basically indicating there's not much concern. We did receive comment from Grey County. They indicated that there is a Duncan Street that is in existence in Thornbury, as well as a Taylor Drive, as well in Chatworth, as well as a Taylor Road in Grey Highlands. However, due to the geographic separation, municipal staff don't see an issue in terms of navigation or for mailing issues. So we don't see a major concern going forward with having a similar street name. But that's basically it. It's a clearance of a draft plan condition is to name the streets. And typically the applicants can do so. They're allowed to select what names they prefer. If they want to do trees or if they want to do animals or some sort of naming of that nature. But if they do want to select names, we do ensure that they are from a historical list of street names that council created, because we don't want to be in a position where we're naming streets after someone's grandchildren or animals or pets or things like that. So hopefully that's other than that, the report's pretty self-explanatory. So if council did have any comments and concerns with the names, ultimately it is up to your discretion to approve the names. So I'll leave it to council to discuss.
Great, I appreciate that, Nick, and thank you for the comments coming from our neighboring municipalities. I think that's always important, particularly in the 911 dispatching area. Sometimes the pronunciation of some of the roads is difficult for some people. So I know that it's important that our first responders know these roads. And on that very light, if I may, Council, I see that our fire chief is with us. I don't know if Rory could join us for a moment. I'm just interested in our fire chief's commentary, if he could join us. Hello, Rory. Nice to see you.
Good day, Your Worship.
Yeah, listen, I'm just kind of wondering about the MacArthur and McCarthy. We have a McCarthy Drive and then MacArthur, which is recommended. So, I mean, they're certainly in our municipality and they're similar sounding names. Do you think that would be a 911 challenge?
Well, Your Worship, obviously, I mean, you bring it up because there is some certain concerns there. I would have to say that, you know, based on the similarity of the two, I can certainly see a conflict arising between the two of them, yes.
Okay. Well, it's something to keep in mind when we're talking to our developers about the names, because I do want to point out that this community has both a Poplar side road and a Poplar street. We have a Poplar side road and a Poplar street. And I'm sure, Chief, we also have a 9th concession and a 9th line, right? So we've got a few roads that have similar names that are potentially conflicting for people that are trying to find their way around our community or 911 type response. So I've always felt that we have to be a little more tuned in to what we're doing with these names. So that would be something we can talk about when we get these reports back from the public, and we'll get this report back from Nick. So anything further? Mara's there, and I'm going to go to council too. Go ahead, Mara.
Yeah, so given that those two are very close, would you like us to come up with another name for MacArthur then?
I'm just putting it out there that it's a potentially a concern. So that's why I would hope that when staff consider these and write these up, that they think about the other names that are in our community that are very the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave those two examples of 9th line and 9th, you know, we have 3 9-10 side roads. We have 2 poplars. So, you know, we need to consider that.
We could certainly look at the, you know, if council was willing to endorse the other names, we could come back with a name to rename MacArthur to something other than MacArthur, so it wouldn't be so close. We could certainly do that.
Just a recommendation. Not that the MacArthur name is not a good name. I'm sure it's a good name. It just sounds like another name. So, council, what's your pleasure on this? Have you got any questions to the staff? Barry, go ahead.
Yes, I would.
Oh, he froze up. Darn it. He's gone. Walker, you can go ahead first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think we could certainly look at the list. All I wanted to say is to Nick, I know we've communicated a wee bit about the names on the list, and most of those names, from reading them and the municipality they're from, a lot of those refer to pioneers from the pioneer families from those areas that they are listed in. So that's just something to keep in mind when we are looking at selecting a name. Is most of those names from previous council are from pioneer families located in those locations. The 2 for Stainer, though, I will say the Wilcox could refer to the Wilcox Inn in the main street.
Yep.
And Bessie's is a family name, but also refers to likely Bessie's Dairy. So, you know, you got, and some of the others, I think there are some history there too. But just a little bit of information on those, and I think we need to find another name for the one. It's too close in sounds.
Okay. Anybody else? Barry, you were cut off, so I'll give you the mic again. Go ahead, Barry.
Yes, sorry about that. My internet just seems to jump around. Yeah, I was going to suggest that, yeah, we look at it, we approve the others, and look at MacArthur is an alternative to MacArthur, because McCarthy is awful close. So those are my comments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I would look at Councillor Walker, Councillor Broderick, perhaps even Councillor Patterson, if they've got a recommendation for that. It's sort of in your geographic area. Can you take a look at the list and come up with something for our staff here to consider, and then we'll get the motion fulfilled and we'll carry on. I'm looking for a new name on MacArthur. Nick, you want to say something?
Yeah, Your Worship, just to identify that, I'm happy to follow up with council again afterwards and provide the list to continue the conversation regarding that one proposed street.
I think we've got the list as part of the report, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
So let me get this straight. I agree with Councillor Walker. I mean, with these names have a bit of history behind them. They were generally people that built this township. So are we taking the name MacArthur right out of our list then? Because there's always going to be a McCarthy there that he's going to be competing with. So are we taking that name right out? I don't think that's fair. I think I don't have a problem with having a MacArthur and a McCarthy. I don't think that it's fair that we take that name right out. So anyway, I like the four names as they are. I think they're fine.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I put it forward and I brought it up simply because it does sound the same and it can be confusing. One further thing, Nick and Mara, if you look at that road layout, that MacArthur would be one of the largest streets in that whole town, in that whole subdivision. So maybe you want to make it one of the smaller streets instead, just saying. Mara.
Thank you, Worship. Another option in order to save the name may be to use it for a park or some other facility like that. So that way you're not going to have the confusion between a street with a 911 address. You could actually name one of our parks. Like we will be getting some new parks in these subdivisions. So just a thought.
Yeah, good idea. Councillor McKechnie.
I like the name of MacArthur Park. I think they could probably do a song about that.
Yeah. I tell you, child of the 60s right there. That's awesome. Mr. Walker, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to suggest we throw the name Wilcox for a street for there.
There you go. Can I have a seconder on Mr. Wilcox? That'd be Mr. Burton. Very good. Now I have just a motion to show that we're supporting Wilcox rather than MacArthur. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Nope. Okay. Then we're going to call it Wilcox. And Nick, you've got, we'll pass the motion now with that little amendment. All right. We've got a mover and seconder. The mover and seconder are comfortable on that motion, that change. All right. So we'll call the motion. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. I don't see a move in there, Councillor McKechnie. I'm kind of concerned, so I'm just making sure we got you in there. Thank you.
Well, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'm going to go to page 5. Street names for Manortown. Now, this one's already been advertised, Nick. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive report CS 013 2021 for street names Manortown Inc. for information. And item 2, approve the following street names for the Manortown Homes Incorporated subdivision, file number 2017-063 SD, on lands described as lots 6 through 10, inclusive of lots 20 and 21, and blocks 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, and part lot 5, and part of Siddell Drive, plan 51M541, and part of Park Lot 10, Plan 71, formerly in Stainer, now in Clearview, Manor Drive, and Ferguson Way. Mover and seconder on that complicated motion. Broderick and Deneen, thank you very much. Nick, do you have any comments you want to throw in there?
Yeah, so just quickly, Council maybe recall this coming forward to a similar one we just did before for Ashton Meadows, where it was brought to Council's attention. It has been circulated in the newspaper for the required 2-week period. And it's come back for Council to provide a resolution. So provided tonight, unless there's any changes further you require, the resolution would grant those 2 street names moving forward. And that's what the streets would be named.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Nick, for that report. Is there any questions of Nick or Mara? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, council. Any opposed? No? Okay, that carries. Thank you very much, council. All right. All right, you guys in planning, you've taken up a good portion of our meeting. Good for you. All right, council, we're moving on to Public Works Boundary Road Agreement, Town of Collingwood, Township of Clearview. This is a pretty straightforward one. A recommendation be it resolved, Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one receive PW 007-2021, the Boundary Road Agreement, Town of Collingwood and Township of Clearview, report for information. And item 2, pass a bylaw to enter into a boundary road agreement with the Town of Collingwood. Can I have a mover and seconder, and then we'll hear from Dan. Let's see, Mr. Walker, Mr. Broderick. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Perot, pretty simple, straightforward report. Would you like to comment on it?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just a report that was a victim of COVID last year. One of our canceled meetings, the report wasn't put back on the agenda, and I was just recently notified from our clerk's department that that this needs to go back, or this should go back on. The Town of Collingwood was looking for this agreement. So similar to an agreement that we just recently did with Town of Grey Highlands. This is just formalizing an agreement that the roads that we maintain for Collingwood and Collingwood that maintain for us.
Excellent. Okay. Any questions to our staff for this report, members of council? All right, seeing none, I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. Hello, Councillor Deneen. Welcome back. Thank you, Dan. Now, Dan, we got another awesome report here. PW 008-2021. It's in regard to a wheeled Gradall purchase. We've talked about this honestly for many years. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive the PW 008-2021 Clearview Public Works wheeled Gradall purchase report for information. And item 2, approve the purchase of a 1993 Gradall 660E to the maximum amount of $20,000. Can I have a mover and seconder on this report? Deneen and Walker. And I see Todd has joined us. Hello, Todd and Dan. Nice to see you, Todd. I said this at the beginning. We have talked about this in the past because every summer we rent a Gradall. So Todd, Dan, you want to tell us about this report? Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship to Council. This was an opportunity that fell into our laps from a Clearview resident, actually, who previously owned the Gradall, has owned it for many years. He's retired out of the business now, and knowing that we had past history with him as a contractor, we knew lots about the machinery, and because he's from Clearview, he offered it to us back in early, I guess the end of 2019, early 20. As Dan mentioned before in the last report, COVID, this kind of was delayed, and the fellow who owned it sold it to another gentleman. But it come back around again when the other gentleman realized it wasn't the piece of machinery he needed at the time. So anyways, we got around to it, and yes, this will replace what we've been doing since 2015, which is renting a track excavator and moving through the township to do our annual ditching for 6 weeks. So the idea with this is a way to get our feet wet and to try it on our own with owning our own Gradall. Yes, it's a 1993, but the piece of equipment is in excellent shape, low hours, and our foreman is extremely familiar with the piece of equipment and is confident that it can do the job we require for now and then some. So we're hoping to be able to expand on what we currently do ditching, use it for other purposes, cleaning out culverts at springtime for snow and thaw. So this is a way to see if it is beneficial for us in the future to possibly add more capital items to our budget and look at something different down the road.
Very excellent. Certainly, in my time on council, I've heard about this this prospect and the idea of this for many times, and so I'm really glad that we have this opportunity placed in front of us. Members of council, you got any questions of our staff for this one? Yes, Tom, go ahead. And then John Broderick. Go ahead, Tom.
Just to Todd, is this our friend on the 5th, or it was on the 5th?
That's correct. Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Good. Good.
Thank you. Councillor Broderick?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Todd, I'm just curious, typically what would we spend on rentals for this type of thing in any given year?
Thank you, Your Worship, Councillor Broderick. That's a good question. Typically, we rent the excavator for 6 weeks. It has been the last number of years, and a 6-week rental could cost upwards of $14,000.
So 1.25 years it's paid for.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
You. Councillor Lamers is next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Todd, have you got an operator lined up for this? Are you sending somebody out for training? Because this is a specialized piece of equipment. I've ran one and I don't care for it. They're too bouncy. You got no stabilizers for them, so it'll lock you right out of the machine if you're not used to it.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Lamers. Through Your Worship, Councillor Lamers. Yes, we have talked to the roads operators, and we do have a couple individuals that are more than willing and capable of running it. Our foreman, Joel, he has ran them for years himself, so we're fortunate that he will be able to train the operators who are already familiar with operating excavators and rubber tire backhoes, so they have the feel of what it should be like. So there will be a learning curve right off the start, but if we can get this in our fleet, we'll have some time before the ditching in the fall, and yeah, we're confident that the people we have in mind will run it and take care of it properly.
Thank you. Anybody else with any questions? One point I also wanted to make is that by having it actually in our fleet and available to our management to dispatch if necessary, you know, sometimes you get some amazing good weather and you can get some work done a little longer in the year. And if the rental contract happened to be running out, you have to stop. So at least we have the piece of equipment available, and it can be used for ditches all over the township. And to be honest, ditching is one of the things that we often hear about from our public works staff. So I'm really glad that this is sort of coming around and helping us out.
I'm helping out here.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Council, you've heard the motion. Thank you for the discussion. Todd, Dan, thank you for the report. I've got a mover and seconder. I'm prepared to call the motion. Is there any questions? All those in favor? Very good. The motion carries. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Council, we're moving on to our legislative services and clerk section. However, I will turn to Councillor McKechnie on one of your favorite motions every time we have one of these long meetings, and ask if you would have a motion to extend our meeting. Councillor McKechnie.
Well, Your Worship, this one particular night, my wife's been away working quite a bit. She got home at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. With it being International Women's Day, I'm gonna not be the too popular around here if I vote to extend the meeting. Having said that, let's push through and get her done. And so, yes, I'll put the motion on the floor that we extend the meeting, but I want to be out of here in about 15 minutes.
I'm going to do what I can for you. Do I have a seconder on the motion, please?
Okay.
Seconder, please, Councillor Broderick. I know I'm going to take back your Councillor Broderick, and I'm going to go with the Councillor Deneen in respect of Women's Day. So thank you. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Hello there. Thank you. Okay, so Council, Legislative Services LS 002-2021 extension of the Integrity Commissioner contract. That was mentioned in our earlier in the meeting in regards to their report. So I'll read the recommendation. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township Clerk hereby approve extending the current contract with Principals Integrity, the Township appointed Integrity Commissioner, until December 31st, 2023. Can I have a mover and seconder on the motion? Where are we at? Walker and Burton. Walker and Burton. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Council, Legislative Services and Clerks, but we do have a bylaw here to do, and then we have a special bylaw coming up. Bylaw number 2021, amendments to the fee and charges bylaw, bylaw number 17110. Recommendation be it resolved, bylaw 2121 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 110. Fees and charges be presented over the first, second, and third time, finally passed on the 8th day of March, 2021. Can I have a mover and seconder on the bylaw? Let me see here. Broderick and Burton. All those in favor? Oops. There we go. That bylaw carries. This is the appointment bylaw, number 1906. We have an amendment to that. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 21-24, being a bylaw to amend appointment bylaw 1906, be presented over the first, second, and third time and finally passed on the 8th day of March, 2021. I have a mover and seconder, please. Again, Broderick and Lamers. Broderick and Lamers. I just want to comment, acknowledge the volunteer effort of the two people that are being removed from committees as a result of this bylaw. I want to thank them for their service to our community, and volunteerism is important to all of us. So thank you for that. Council, you've heard the bylaw. I'm prepared to read it. All those in favor? That bylaw carries. And item number 21-27 is the appoint the acting clerk. So before I read the bylaw, at this time, I'd like to ask Madam Clerk Pam Fettis if she would join us for a minute and give her an opportunity to say hello and goodbye to everybody. Because as you may know, Council, this is Pam's final council meeting with us. And so I thank Councillor McKechnie and Deneen for extending this beautiful stay with Pam as our clerk. So I'm glad that she has a minute here to speak. So Pam, your council is at your pleasure. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank everyone. This is the third council that I've had the privilege to work with in Clearview. And I always say to everybody that all of my councils here have been great, and you have been. And I wanted to thank you so much for all of your support of all of our initiatives that we've undertaken over the years. We've done some really great work together, and I thank you for that. And to the community, I'll miss you. I won't be a stranger. I will make sure I visit often. This is a really wonderful community, and I know it's going to be wonderful moving forward too. And you are getting a terrific acting clerk.
Thank you very much, Pam. Bravo. Good luck in your next job. I know you're going to be neighbors, literally at New Tecumseh, and I know that the mayor and deputy mayor are looking forward to working with you in New Tecumseh. So please send them our best regards, and because we're sending one of our best to them. So good luck with that, Pam, and thank you for your service to our community, and all the best. Now, I'd like Brenda to join us because I'm going to read the appointment bylaw, and we'll introduce Brenda as our acting clerk. Members of the council, recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 21-27, being a bylaw to appoint an acting clerk, be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on this 8th day of March 2021. I have a mover on this important bylaw. Let's see, Deputy Mayor Burton, seconded by Councillor Walker. Any questions on the bylaw? My congratulations, of course, to our acting clerk, Brenda, who is, you're not just acting, you're so much of a clerk to us every day. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, you've heard the bylaw. All those in favor? And that bylaw carries unanimous. Thank you, Brenda. And very happy for Brenda and very happy for our community. If anybody's wondering, just so you know, when we have a clerk who leaves us, leaves our employ, we're required to have a clerk. And so we're absolutely required to have somebody named an acting clerk. And so that's why we have to do this formal process. But we all know that it's a great team at the clerk's department, whether it be Brenda or Pam or the rest of the crew that work there, Kayla and so on. They're all great people that work in the clerk's department. And so thank you. Good luck, Pam. Thanks a lot. Members of council, I got 21-28 boundary road agreement for the town of Collingwood. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 21-28, being a bylaw to enter into a boundary road agreement with the town of Collingwood, be presented and read a first, second, and third time. Finally passed on the 8th day of March 2021. I have a mover and seconder on the boundary agreement. Lamers and McKechnie. Lamers and McKechnie. And council, you've heard that. It was just a recent report. I'll call the bylaw. All those in favor? And the bylaw carries. Thank you. Members of council, that's the end of our meeting with the exception of just to indicate item 13 is our notices of motion. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Deneen to provide an opportunity for retail establishments to remain open on statutory holidays, which is an interesting bit of housekeeping. So I'm happy that Councillor Deneen has brought that forward. Further, we also have a motion from Councillor McKechnie. It's in regards to Duntroon Hall. They're doing some work and they have a potential for some cost overruns. So we're going to have a discussion about that at the meeting on March 22nd. Both those two items will be on the March 22nd agenda. So thank you, councillors, for bringing forward those motions. Now, item 14 is our bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting. And so I'll read this. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2129, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the March 8th, 2021 council meeting, be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed here on the 8th day of March 2021. Mover and seconder, Deputy Mayor Burton, Councillor Deneen. This is a bylaw, so I'll read the bylaw. All those in favor? And the bylaw carries. Council meeting is confirmed. Council, we have the motion to adjourn. I did this with our CAO, so I'm going to ask for Madam Clerk to make the motion to adjourn. Recommendation be it resolved that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:39 p.m. And Madam Clerk, I know you can't make the motion, but I know you're here to support us.
I'm going to vote for it. A long one.
Mover and seconder on the motion, please. Can I have a mover? Deneen and McKechnie. All those in favor, she can put up her hand now. There you go. Yeah, thank you. That carries. Congratulations, Pam. Thank you for all your service to our community and all the best.
Yeah, thank you, Council.
We'll see you at the Small Hall Festival, right? You're going to come back for that.
Well, I'll bring my hubby too.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
Bye, Pam.
Okay,
Good luck,
thanks,
Pam.
Council. Bye-bye.